On behalf of the University of Ottawa's Professional Development Institute, it's an honor to welcome you to this event, organized in collaboration with our partners at Coding for Veterans and the Canadian Cyber Threat Exchange. We are honored to be partnered with such esteemed organizations during an especially special time for uOttawa and our institute, as it also signals the launch of our GovTech series. We created this series for a clear purpose: to bring government, industry, and academia together around the most pressing issues of our time, and to do it right here in Canada's capital. This series reflects PDI's national leadership in cybersecurity. Under our director, Alan McCafferty, and his team, our programs combine classroom learning with immersive hands-on experiences inside the world-class uOttawa IBM Cyber Range. With partners such as Coding for Veterans and the YWCA, these programs retrain veterans, support women in cyber, and help the public service and Canadians from all walks of life build the skills needed to lead in cybersecurity. We begin today with our feature, Canada's Cyber Future, From Strategy to Superpower. This conversation comes at a critical moment for Canada in respect to our future relationship with cybersecurity. Canada has the talent, the institutions, and the partnerships to continue to lead globally in this space. But leadership is never automatic. It demands vision, investment, and above all, collaboration. That's why we're here today, to share perspectives, challenge assumptions, and connect as we chart the path forward. The conversations you'll hear this morning on sovereign cloud, quantum, cyber talent, and public-private partnerships aren't theoretical. They're directly tied to our prosperity, our competitiveness, and our national security. What makes today so powerful is the people in this room. You represent the three great pillars of Canada and Ottawa: government, industry, and academia. When these align, Canada doesn't just keep pace with global trends, we set them. So thank you very much for being here. Your presence speaks to the urgency and the potential of this moment. I'm excited for the insights our speakers will share, and I encourage you to take advantage of the breaks to connect, debate, and imagine what's possible when we work together. It's an honor to kick off this first GovTech series with you. Let's get started. The intent of this event is effectively a commentary on Canada's cybersecurity strategy, which was released this year. It's a three-pillar strategy aimed at enhancing Canada's cyber resiliency while also making Canada a global cybersecurity industry leader. Our goal through today's conversations will be to discuss topics in and around this mission, and for you, Ottawa, to act as a conduit to relay these insights back to you, the policymakers. Our morning will begin hearing about the strategy itself from Public Safety Canada. We will then have two discussions concerning quantum, sovereignty, and AI to set the global context in which we are operating. The following two panels will then focus on the so what, or the actions we must take as a Canadian society to implement this vision within this context. We'll have a networking break in between sessions to also give you a chance to connect, network, and discuss. And we'll also open the floor to questions following each presentation to give you all a chance to follow up or dig deeper into the topics that are raised. With that, I'll introduce our first guest speaker, Colin McSween, Director General of National Cybersecurity at Public Safety Canada, who will set the stage for us in terms of the strategy itself and trends surrounding it. Welcome, Colin.
Thanks very much. Everybody can hear me okay? Yep, right on. Got to get a new picture. It's not the picture. Anyway, so I appreciate the opportunity to speak about the strategy. As Kevin mentioned, we launched the strategy, or the Minister, then Minister of Public Safety, Minister McGuinty, launched the strategy in February of this year. There was a couple initiatives that we pushed out the door right away, and I'll talk about our plans to implement that going forward. I got some slides here. I won't speak to them exactly, but I'll sort of just work through them. I figured I'd give a bit of a genesis on why we launched a new strategy, and then I'll talk a bit about the components of the strategy and just end with what specifically we're doing, and I'll certainly make sure that there's time for questions as well too. This is Canada's third national cybersecurity strategy. The last strategy was launched in 2018, which actually wasn't really that long ago. There was a few things that happened that made us come to realize that we needed to kick out a new strategy. The 2018 strategy was quite good for its time. It gave us some really good things like the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, National Cybercrime Coordination Group at the RCMP. One of our big critiques of it, though, was that it was very federally focused, right? So it was almost more of like a federal government cybersecurity strategy than it was a national cybersecurity strategy. And so that was one of the things that was on our mind. The other piece was just the rate at which we had the pandemic, everybody moved online, and so the threat vector increased exponentially, and we're living and seeing that now, and it continues to increase exponentially. So I don't need to tell anybody here about the threat itself, but that was the other reason is sort of, okay, now that we have these kind of foundations set up, like the Cyber Center and like the NC3, we need to build out from that. So that's what really got our minds going with respect to the strategy itself. I think we took a lot of inspiration, obviously, from what our Five Eyes partners were doing. And I'll say this up front now, if you sort of take all of our national cybersecurity strategies and line them up, you can pretty much draw a line through all the themes. They're very similar. And even with our Australian colleagues, we took a similar approach to implementation as well, too. But that was a bit of another catalyst as well, too, is that we did see partners sort of updating their respective strategies and whatnot. And so we figured it was time to revisit ours. So as was mentioned, what we wanted to do with this strategy was really just create an overarching vision, and to do that, we came up with 3 pillars. I talked about the themes we saw. We did take, obviously, inspiration from what our Five Eyes partners and our close allies were doing. And yeah, I think if you see these 3 themes, they kind of sum up everything that a lot of our G7 partners and everything else are doing. So just pillar 1, we talk about working with partners to protect Canadians and Canadian businesses from cyber threats. So this is an acknowledgement that the federal government alone can't protect cybersecurity. That's a whole of society problem and issue. We need to be working with subnational levels of government, industry partners, academia to address the national cybersecurity challenge, and as well too with the citizenry. There is in Pillar 1 a large focus on collaboration with industry. The rationale for that is, well, there's a few, but one is when we look at our critical infrastructure in Canada, it's predominantly owned by the private sector. And so when we look at whether it's state-sponsored cyber threats or cybercrime, our critical infrastructure is a key target. And it's also very interconnected, dependent on one another. So there can be vulnerabilities there, and we've seen these obviously in the past. And so there was a big focus on working with industry partners there as well too. Also with subnational levels of government. So we've seen in the news that subnational levels of government have been targets of malicious cyber activity. Depending on which jurisdiction you're in, their capability and capacity to respond to cyber threats varies. And so there's, I think, work to be done there, to be partnering with them as well too. Another critical piece there as well too that we need to consider is that our provincial jurisdictions tend to be the regulators for most of our CI as well too. So just that continued collaboration. It doesn't even need to be on the operational and technical side, but what are we doing in the legislative and regulatory space as well too. And that extends to municipalities as well too. So there's kind of a complex web there in terms of who we need to be working with in order to promote our cybersecurity nationally. On Pillar 2, making Canada a global cybersecurity industry leader, this sort of ties into, we did a lot of engagement with industry when we wrote this strategy. We actually, we took the opportunity to, once we had the strategy written and just before we were going to go to cabinet with our advice, we pulled together a group of industry partners and actually bounced the strategy off them just to get the reaction and see what they thought. We did that with some of our subnational levels of government as well too. This is kind of going back, hearkening to this idea that we wanted to be a national strategy, and so we wanted to get that buy-in and input and feedback, obviously before we launched it, right? So I wouldn't pretend to say that everybody got what they wanted in that, and that it totally reflects everybody's input. But the point being there is that we tried our best to talk to people, to hear them, and to make adjustments where need be, and we did make a lot of adjustments. On this pillar, though, I think based on a lot of our consultations, Canadian Council of Innovators and whatnot, Canada has a very unique ecosystem. There's a lot of really powerful little startup companies. I think one of the challenges we face is accelerating them and getting them to a large size. And so when we see this, that's part of it. I think as well, too, what we want to try and do through the strategy is actually influence federal government and provincial governments to look to Canadian companies when they're procuring technologies and that type of thing. Simply one, so that we can be an incubator, but when we're talking about digital sovereignty and things like that, that we're actually going in that space as well too. So some of the ambitions in there. Pillar 3, detect and disrupt cyber threat actors. What we noticed, particularly in our partner strategies, is I think we collectively became more bold in saying that we're not going to tolerate this kind of activity anymore. And so in 2019, this was sort of aligned with some of the changes we saw in the national security, legislative picture here in Canada, but then what we were asking our operational agencies to do. So in 2019, with Bill C-59, we clarified the Canadian Security Intelligence Services threat reduction mandate. So that absolutely includes the possibility of cyber actions there. We updated the government updated the legislation of the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, or Communications Security Establishment. Sorry. I only know the acronym, so I try to say the words out, and then I inevitably confuse them. And if you read the legislation, their mandate was broadened as well too. So cyber defense, but active cyber operations in there as well too. So we want to, and actually with that as well too, we did see investments in national defense and the Canadian forces to build a cyber force specifically as well recently. So you can see we're building those tools, and I think there's a desire to use them now, beyond just sort of the traditional defensive mechanisms, and there are examples of where they have been used. So I was just kind of going into the pillars a little bit there for you. As I kind of alluded to at the beginning, the two of the main objectives here were sort of, okay, how do we try to make this as much as we can a whole of society document? And then the other part too was, can we be a bit more agile in our leadership here? So that was a piece, like typically when government did things, when bureaucrats like me would write things up in the past, we'd write a strategy and then we put a nice 5-year action plan beside it with measurable targets and all this wonderful stuff. And that, in my own view, that doesn't work in cyberspace, right? So we can't stick to a static 5-year plan. So the intention here, what we decided, the way we wanted to implement this was kind of more through thematic-based action plans. So can we work with partners to build, a certain action plan, whether that's to reduce cybercrime, and I have some examples that I can get into, and sort of just launch that in the moment to address what we know is the threat, and then move on to whatever we have to move on to next, right? And can we do that in collaboration with all partners? So that's what we're attempting to do there. There was a few funded initiatives that came out too specifically, and I'll talk about those, but so when we did launch the strategy, one of the funded initiatives that was to happen immediately, and we were working on this, is the Canadian Cyber Defense Collective. I'm sure folks in the room probably recognize that term, Joint Cyber Defense Collective, which is what they have in the United States. We tried to Canadianize it here, and so this is really is where we're getting at the collaboration with industry as much as we can. So I'll actually start the Canadian Cyber Defense Collective Operations. So this is an initiative out of the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, whereby, and it's very tactical, very operational. So they're working with select companies to understand cyber threats, and then to build mitigations and responses to them. So very technical aspect. and very much kind of hands-on keyboards, ones and zeros. So that piece, that's operational now. The Cyber Center is doing that. I think you have some Cyber Center colleagues here later on today, and I'm sure they'll be happy to talk about it. The other portion of this is the Canadian Cyber Defense Collective Strategic Forum. So what we wanted to do there is, can we create a forum, maybe taking inspiration from our cross-sectoral forum in the past that it was kind of set up to look at protection of critical infrastructure. But can we set up a forum that includes industry partners, provinces and territories, academia, that can come together and really get at that whole of society picture? In implementing this, we're trying to be conscious about not biting off more than we can chew right away. So we decided to start with industry partners as a way of just implementing it. And so that work's happening now. And this is supposed to be senior level, and that is for a few reasons. One, though I think in the private sector, at least feedback we've heard, CISOs are obviously quite engaged and quite taken with cybersecurity. How do we then promote that throughout the rest of those organizations? And so is there an opportunity to gauge with more of the C-suite level in order to further that objective? And then if we have senior officials from both the federal government and from industry partners, is there things we can do together? Can those senior officials direct resources to do something? And so that's the piece we're putting together now. We're still putting the finishing touches on it, so it hasn't been activated yet, but that's one of the things we want to try out under the strategy. I mentioned the idea of implementation through action plans as well too. So these are just some examples we have. What I will share is that two things we're working on specifically right now one is an Internet of Things labeling scheme. We talk a lot in the strategy about moving to secure by design and trying to influence market forces and whatnot. And so an IoT labeling scheme, although not a panacea, it points us in that direction and starts us working there. So that's one of the ideas we have, and we have some options there for the government to consider. The other one we're considering now too is a cybercrime action plan, primarily focused on ransomware at the moment. As everybody knows here, ransomware, top cyber threat to Canadians and Canadian businesses in Canada. So are there things we can be doing there? So legislative requirements, taking some information from what we see our Australian colleagues doing. Considering things like reporting requirements, safe harbor legislation for information sharing, and then outreach and public engagement for victims as well too, and supports there, and then trying to build things out. Last piece I'll touch on that might be of interest to this group is the other funded initiative this is implemented now actually, is the Cybersecurity Cooperation Program. So this is a grants and contributions program that is intended to, again, get to that whole of society approach for the strategy. We did launch this. I think there's a call for applications out. I think the due date for applications is the 25th of September of this year. Basically, it's a pretty broad remit. What we are asking is if organizations, for-profit, non-profit, whatever the case may be, would like to launch a project, launch an initiative that aligns to the strategy, then there is funding available through this grants and contributions program to do it. So it's a relatively modest sum, roughly 2.8 million per year. However, we do have an opportunity to go back and sort of re-examine that to see if there's enough uptake. Does it need to increase in scope? So I think, I'll stop there, and I'm happy for any questions anybody has.
There's questions. I'll just pass the mic around. Any questions in the audience? Paul? Got one in the back. On my way, and one up here.
Hi there, I'm Jackie Lefebvre from ISED. You mentioned digital sovereignty, procuring technologies, and how the Act goes into that. Can you, the policy, can you talk a little bit to how much the Cloud Act from the US has kind of fed into this paper?
That's a super easy question. Okay, I'll be honest, I don't have good insight into the Cloud Act myself. That's actually my colleague. So I'm sorry, a bureaucratic answer there, kind of not my department. But maybe just what I'll say, I can't get into detail on the Cloud Act itself. What I would say though, maybe, and is that given the new government's focus and direction and sort of our change in our policies now, I think there's a lot of consideration being given to ensuring our digital and just sovereignty generally speaking in the national security space. So just as a national security practitioner, like that's my takeaway from it. I'm sure there's other elements that other folks could talk to, but so I think at the moment there's a lot on the table in terms of what the government is willing to hear on proposals and whatnot for building out data sovereignty, digital sovereignty, but I think also with working with Canadian-owned and operated businesses as well too. I mean, part of that, like my colleagues at Public Service and Procurement Canada and Shared Services Canada, I mean, the procurement system is a bit of a tough nut to crack, but there's emphasis and will now to actually go in and do that. So, and more so than we've seen in the past. So I'm sorry, I know that doesn't exactly answer your question, but hopefully it kind of gets to it a bit.
Yeah, I guess with the new government's launch of this Buy Canada, how is that going to affect all these major transformation projects that we are currently funding for organizations like Microsoft, Salesforce, et cetera?
So I don't have a good answer for that either. I would say though, when we are looking at those major transformative projects, just so people are aware, there is a national security component to those reviews. So, and that's actually the Department of Public Safety that's responsible for undertaking those. So what we'll look at there is, and I mean, I wouldn't pretend to know exactly all the elements of the equation, but I think it seems to me anyway that the government is trying to do a good job of balancing the need for capital with all of those other things they want to achieve as well too, such as Buy Canadian and invest and ensure that you have your sovereignty as much as possible. So, Public Safety Canada is responsible for the national security reviews, and we look at all aspects of national security there. So, cybersecurity being one of them, but every insider risk and so on and so forth. And what we're really trying to get through there is really looking at it more from an economic security lens, right? And so as that information is coming in, we can identify national security risks. We do identify national security risks, but it's not to say that's just an automatic no. It's okay, well, what can be done to then mitigate said risks, right? So, and I think because you're trying to balance off the economic prosperity part of that equation with the economic security part of the equation. And so that's the lens we bring to them. And we're not shy about providing the national security advice. That being said, we challenge ourselves to identify ways to mitigate the risks as opposed to just cutting it off and saying no.
All right, starting at the morning with a question on the Cloud Act. All right, this is getting spicy real quick. Okay, Bill, you're next.
Yeah, so good morning. I call him Bill McGowan, and my ears perked up on 2 points that you made that are very exciting, very bullish. Number one would be the whole concept of incubator and acceleration through innovation. So that's point number one. The second point, because I'm involved heavily in technology embedded in architecture and buildings, when you said Internet of Things, you made my day, so that's great. So my question, could you just expand a bit on the innovation program, how that's going? And secondly, on the labeling side, where are you at in, and the breadth of the IoT labeling? Just a little bit more detail on that'd be great, Colin. Sure. Thank you.
Yeah, so maybe I'll talk a bit about the IoT labeling scheme first, just because I've got a better answer on that one. So on that, so we actually have a full proposal together. Right now, where we'd start off at, just kind of given the fiscal climate within government, we'd propose a voluntary scheme at first that you would then evolve out into a bit more of a mandatory scheme. The other thing we've done too is there's an international conference on IoT labeling that I think that's held every year in the winter. So we've done as much as we can to align our scheme with those of, say, Germany, Singapore, Japan, US, UK, as well too. And we've had those conversations with all those other nations. So again, our like-minded allies, so that we're trying to be as consistent as possible in the criteria that we're applying. And so you would hopefully see some consistency among the products and those things that are going in. So my team's a bit closer to the work. We're happy to talk more about this in detail if you want to grab me afterwards, but that's on that piece. Back to the industry piece, so just on pillar 2, so we don't have a specific initiative there yet. I think what we've been trying to do is to talk with, and we did this recently with the Council of Canadian Innovators, CCI, is really understand, they're an organization, for those that don't know them, that sort of represents kind of medium-sized businesses, specifically usually in the cybersecurity IT sector. And so we've been trying to understand from them, what is it you need government to do? Aside from maybe turn on the procurement taps, which is an easy thing to say, but a bit harder to do in practice. What do we need? And one observation I've made when we've been working with industry so far is that I don't know if we've come to the point where we're really having like those conversations where we're saying like, we can do this, we can do this. Like we've had some success in various forums where we're collaborating well and producing equipment, but I think oftentimes government fails to understand the needs of the private sector. And in fairness to government, on the other end of that is private sector kind of maybe misunderstands the role of government in certain things as well too. So I see this as taking a little bit more time just because frankly, there's a trust to be built there. And we need to spend a bit more time just understanding, what is it you need? And so as government, here's what I can do. You know what I mean? Like as an official from public safety, that's pretty limited because we don't run big funding programs. We generally speaking don't regulate. So what who do we need to put you in touch with? And I think a lot of it are those kind of conversations. Anyway, that's sort of where it is.
Very much for your presentation. I'm Iliane Guindon of Corelight. I'm very interested in your CCDC. Would love to know how you're evaluating and choosing those industry partners and a little bit more details on that program.
I'd love to tell you there's a lot of great thought behind us. So on that, I guess what we're really doing, just in terms of the membership and sort of how we're choosing and that type of thing, what we're really doing is sort of looking at our partners and where they started. We've had a lot of conversations with not just the government side, but with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, for example, in the States, and their members who were part of the JCDC when they stood it up, trying to understand what the pitfalls were, how to avoid them, and that type of thing. And so the feedback we received there and from others as well too is you need to start with a small group if you're going to produce something. Too large of a group will become too unwieldy too quick. So that was part of it. The other piece of feedback that we received as well too is you need a mix of sort of cyber defenders and those that are consuming cybersecurity products. So perhaps, some of the larger CI operators, but also having some on the cyber defender side that actually can bring that expertise to those conversations as well too. So when we're looking at the membership, and of course, in Canada as well, you try to be as regionally diverse, try to just respect Francophone companies, Anglophone companies, and you're trying to kind of find some diversity on that as well too. So that's a bit complicated when you're looking at starting with maybe about 8 or 12 members. I think my personal concern with this was always that, we can navel gaze forever on who we should do this with. But if we do that, we're going to lose the opportunity to do anything. So we should just start somewhere with a select group of people based on the information that we have and knowing what worked for others in the past, and start there, and then just grow out. And I think that's the only way we're going to actually push something out. Otherwise, we could, spend years talking about, well, why this one and not that one, and what about this and not that, right? And I think as long as we kind of set the objective of ensuring that, we wanted a diverse group, we want to have regional balance, we want to grow this out, then I think the starting point should matter less. It's just more, the point should be start and do something and then let everybody go.
Hello. Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Hatim here from Bank of Canada. So we know the private sector has a big monopoly on all the cyber toolings that everybody's using. As part of this, budget, will you guys be thinking of creating new tools or technologies that are made available for the federal government to use? Something like cyber.gc.ca or something in that realm?
No, thanks very much for that question. Vendor concentration is certainly something that's on our minds. We see the risk and we live the risk there, right, as well too. Oftentimes, CrowdStrike was a good example, right? When they had their incident that was widely felt, and frankly, a lot of us, all you can kind of do is sort of sit back and twiddle your thumbs until they came up with the patch that was needed, right? Being a bit frank there, but so the other side of that, though, market-driven forces and that type of thing, right? So one of the questions we're dealing with is what is the role of the federal government in there, and the other part too, and it kind of bleeds in, there is some work now looking at and updating some older documentation surrounding digital sovereignty in Canada, which speaks specifically to cloud and servers and their producers and all that type of thing, and really looking at the sovereignty aspect of it. So I can't tell you that there's going to be something in the upcoming budget about that, but I can absolutely promise you that there is work happening on the white paper at the moment on digital sovereignty specifically, and that we should hopefully see the results of that later on in the fall.
Excellent. So thanks everyone for those questions. Colin, thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to Colin.
Thank you.
Alrighty, so we'll be getting started on our first fireside chat here, which is really the first phase of this event. As we dig into the, hello. Can I have your attention, please? All righty. Okay, here we go. Okay, we're going to be starting the first phase of the event, in which we will dig into the world in which we live in and how this impacts our approach to cyber. To touch on the intersections between cyber, AI, and sovereign cloud, please welcome the CEO of ThinkOn, Craig McLellan, and Edelman's Patrice Collin. Craig is the founder and CEO of ThinkOn and has been at the forefront of technology and innovation and data security in Canada and the US for the past 25 years. Under Craig's leadership, ThinkOn continues to grow both organically and through strategic acquisition, and is ranked on both the Deloitte Technology Fast 500 and the Globe and Mail's list of Canada's top growing companies. Patrice is Vice President in Edelman's Public and Government Affairs practice in Ottawa, bringing over 25 years of executive experience in both the public and private sectors. He has led high-impact initiatives spanning digital transformation, stakeholder engagement, and strategic policy development. Thank you, gentlemen, and over to you, Patrice.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Bon matin à tous. I don't know if you want to test out the mic too.
Testing, testing. Beautiful. All right, good.
This is a great opportunity, and Craig, we just met and had a chance to exchange a little bit, but I will say everything that I've heard from your colleagues and your clients, I think you're the perfect person to bring both your lived experience, but your passion, especially now more than ever. We've already heard this morning a lot of discussion around the need for further investment in building that ecosystem of Canadian companies, innovation, and expertise. And I think now's the time where we're seeing several levels of government actually put their money where their mouth is. Although I will preface this, and I wanted to frame the discussion and the landscape a little bit. We already got a question about the Cloud Act, so we're deep in it. And my first question for you, Craig, is really we've had the language of sovereignty is being applied pretty universally. There's a lack of I'll call it kind of an authoritative definition, but my understanding is really this is all rooted in some of the discussions around data sovereignty. And these discussions have been happening for roughly 10 years, as has the Cloud Act. So how would you define data sovereignty today in the Canadian context?
I love the easy questions early. First of all, I'm delighted to be here. And what I like most is I recognize only a few faces in the crowd. So I'm not part of an echo chamber today, which is great. I used the word sovereignty for the first time in 2018. At least that's what I'm told, because we've gone back and done a media search on that. So I've been using it a long time. I kind of resent the fact that so many organizations that are not actually Canadian have stolen that word. And I think that we have an obligation, every country has an obligation to protect its own sovereignty. In the context of data sovereignty, it is complicated because it's a complicated world. And I would leave it, I would position it this way. You have to look at the full supply chain of what it is you're doing. So we can't sovereign wash or wrap our flag around something that is inherently not able to ensure that our data is protected. I worry less about the infrastructure, like the vendor technology that's used, because the reality is we should be buying the best capabilities around the world, but we have to look at the supply chain. And if it isn't managed by Canadians and controlled by Canadians, and subjected to the Canadian laws exclusively, it cannot be sovereign. We'll have a lot of acid tests about that, but I simplify it just down to, is there any external law that could influence the way in which data is managed or accessed or controlled, and are all of the humans involved, including digital systems that are involved in the care and feeding of that infrastructure that supports that data, are they actually subject to Canadian laws exclusively or not? That's my simple definition.
No, and that's helpful. And I, to build on that, I think exactly to your point, the landscape is rapidly changing, and I'll introduce here the AI piece. And although we're still somewhat in a hype cycle, both Canada and globally, one of the questions that I'm often asking myself, but that has certainly been asked, is, can data truly be sovereign in an era of AI, and where we have, a much more of a global approach? I was reflecting on this with the potential TikTok acquisition in the U.S. and some of those, and that was a discussion yesterday within our group around how does that work, right?
Right.
If all of a sudden a few U.S. companies will now own an algorithm and some elements of data. So my long-winded point is, in an era where we exponentially are producing more data globally, what does that mean in kind of the realm of AI and data?
Right. Well, and I'll take a little bit of a side move here for a moment. You bring up a good point that we're creating more and more data. At a minimum, there are two types of data. There is data that is of economic, commercial value, and then there's a lot of noise that also gets created, whether it's photos on your phone or something else you do in social media. That's all data, and it has different use cases. The concern I think that we all should have is, just think about this in the context of Canada. The federal government, we've got a fairly robust, mature classification system that classifies systems and classifies data. That same data set enters the provincial domain, and there's complete disregard for classification of data. You get down to the local government or into commercial enterprise, there's not only is there a lack of understanding of the classifications, there's a appetite and desire to move very quickly to utilize that data for things that we don't have. Now, combine that with this growing gap that by 2028, I guess the message from the industry is that we'll have an 8-year data gap. So there'll be enough compute capacity, whether it's GPU, CPU, doesn't matter, AI, whatever you want to call it, there'll be enough capacity there to handle more data than we can produce that we have. So 8 years of data, which is going to drive a massive appetite to borrow data in ways that we don't actually understand, or we don't understand the ramifications of it, especially the derivative uses of data. That's what I worry about the most. I can share data with you in a fully mature commercial way, and yet I have no concept of what you're doing, and most contractual arrangements are silent to weak with respect to what the derivative work is. And we've seen this across the board, whether it's the Americans in general have complete disregard for a lot of data ownership issues, and I think we're seeing that now with lawsuits filed by various newspaper organizations and things like that. And that's going to hit us here in Canada as well, I think, in different ways. I like to talk all the time about healthcare data, and I heard someone's from ISED here in the room, but at the provincial level, I talk to folks in economic development, and we have this broken system where there's part of the governments that issue grant dollars for things, and then there's the consumption side of the government, right? So if you look just at what Ontario Health does, or what that organization does and what they buy versus what the Economic Development Organization issues out, we have this unique thing in data in Canada with healthcare data. We have the 7th most diverse population, yet we have no concept of how to actually monetize that data. I use this as an example, right? We would very quickly make that data available to the wrong organizations, and then we lose all privilege of downstream and secondary ancillary use. That's what we all have to be aware of. We have this unique value system in Canada. We have unique ways we deliver services to Canadians, whether it be commercial or public sector, and we have a complete immaturity on where that data is actually going to be used in the future as opposed to now. And we have this overarching demand for more data than we can produce. So I worry about that.
No, and you raise a good point as well. The aspect of education and the public perception is a critical one, and especially I think around data. Having come from the last 16 years in the federal government, we hear a lot about information management, and to your point around the information classification, and it's often not at all a data discussion. Right? It's almost like these two things are very separate. But from a Canadian perspective, I would argue, in many cases, there's absolutely concern around privacy and exactly how that data is handled. But at the same time, there's a service delivery and a pragmatism is what I'm hearing from you as well. And how I'll use federal government as a perfect example. They absolutely are, the creator and the transactor of a huge amount of data. And downstream, to your point, to other levels of governments, to Canadians themselves, and all of those things. And yet, to your point, a lot of the discussion around sovereignty currently is about almost the digital infrastructure. We're getting hung up on the hardware. We're getting hung up on the compute capacity. And in many cases, things that are quite commoditized, right?
Right, yeah.
So how do we shift that discussion then from maybe, I would say, I won't be as, I won't minimize it to say hardware and software, to maybe more of what does this truly mean, to your point around, owning, transacting, and ensuring some elements of protection. We heard from our colleague earlier from public safety. I think a lot of folks are faced with the political, I'll use this very broad language, versus the technical standard and the folks that are actually deep in the supply chain, to your point around how those are transacted. So I guess my question is, how do we have this discussion more publicly and do that digital literacy or that data literacy to bring some of this to sovereignty?
So something I heard the other day, and I'm going to say I heard it, it could be wrong, but I heard that the Privacy Act is going through a review right now, and the last time it was reviewed, email did not exist. So think about the ramifications of something so germane to so many, if not every Canadian, and we have a slow-moving policy review. So I look at data classification, I look at the inconsistencies between the public sector entities at all levels of government. These are all policy things to me that don't need to be rocket science. They just need to be written down, they need to be discussed in open forums, public forums, and they need to be adhered to, which I realize is a vast oversimplification for a guy in the commercial space. But at the end of the day, we in the commercial space all rely on these policies, or we abuse it in the absence of policy, which there are bad actors out there too who will take advantage of the lack of a policy. So I think it starts with policy, and I realize it's easier to say in Ottawa than maybe it is in Toronto or Montreal, but policy is where it all starts. And then it really is about embracing Canadian organizations in participation in the value chain. So, because I'll tell you right now, if more Canadian organizations were involved in the efforts that all levels of government undertook, you would actually have a much better educated, collaborative environment. Because one thing, I'll just say this out loud, one of the nice things about working with a Canadian company is you get to deal with the CEO, the CTO, the chief architect, software developers, all people that drive innovation, not just a sales force. And if you really want to drive innovation and get that knowledge transferred across organizations, it's one of the side benefits of working with Canadian organizations.
You bring up a good point, and I'll segue to the one of the questions here. We heard from our colleagues at Public Safety, and I'll pick on ISED because I worked there a few years as well. There's a real and genuine effort right now from the Canadian government and several levels of government to, how do we fund exactly Canadian sovereignty? And I'll be more specific. For example, ISED has a sovereign AI compute strategy as one of the components of this. We hear a lot of language around building that ecosystem and investing in that kind of capacity. You raise a good point around how do we go above and beyond kind of grants and contribution and funding in regards to that commitment from Canada, knowing full well that some of these things will be built over a number of years, and it isn't magic, as you well know.
Right. So one quick comment and then a more thoughtful answer. First quick comment is, culturally, we need to become more comfortable at failing quickly. That's public sector and private sector. There is this fear of failure in Canada, and I lived and worked in the US for 3 years, so I call myself a repatriated expat, and there is a cultural difference in the acceptance of failure. So that has to be considered at all levels of government, because failure is absolutely fine. What isn't fine is hiding failure and elongated projects and over-abused budgets. And that requires all of us, public, private, we're all in this together. Now, the second thing that I'll say is most, if not all, Canadian organizations want to solve problems. And if we want to have a solid relationship between public and private sector, I would encourage the public sector to spend less time trying to be prescriptive on a procurement that, this is not a complaint about procurement per se, I'm just saying that you should be presenting problems that people can present outcomes for, not telling us the 56 features you want in something, because guess what? You don't know for those that are on that side of the procurement process. Plus, on top of it, I have yet to see a procurement process run quickly, so by the time you get to the end of the process, whatever you needed 18 months ago or 36 months ago is actually not that helpful because others have moved forward. So I would say that the best way to get entrepreneurial-driven commercial organizations engaged and ultimately to fuel growth in Canada, and growth, by the way, can't just be about startups, it has to be about scale-ups, because scale-ups are where the economy gets hollowed out if you let us get out of the country, which happens all too often. But my point is, if you give us opportunities to solve problems, then you get engagement, and then you get collaboration, and then here's this little secret about the public sector, is you actually make us better when we get to work with you. Okay, let that sink in for a second. When you work with us, you make us better. When you buy from foreign multinationals, we don't get an opportunity to get better. That is a huge difference maker in the grand scheme of things. And then my punchline always is, we don't want handouts, we want hand-ups. We want orders for opportunities to deliver, And those things have to be earned every day. I'm a firm believer that you got to earn this every day. I was interviewed by CBC Radio 4 months ago, and the radio host said, "So how do you explain the price premium that you're going to need to have in Canada?" And I said, first of all, why is there a price premium? We're not like that's a fallacy that has to be dealt with, because as an entrepreneur in Canada, my job is to make sure there's no price premium. That's all of our collective jobs. But once you get past that fake news story and start looking at it as a way to interact, it's a beautiful thing when you can make a Canadian company better, because then we can compete internationally, and then we don't need to sell out to a foreign multinational investor who sees us as easy pickings because we're underfunded or we struggle. That's my opinion.
Oh, that's very helpful, and I think it reflects as well. I'll allow myself, to mix it up a little bit as well. To your point, I do think we're also a little bit apologetic or unabashed about, like, we're scared of really saying, hey, absolutely, we can absolutely play in this field, right? And to your point, we can scale, and we do have talent. I think we will probably soon have even more talent with what's happening in the States with some of the
This H-1B thing?
Yes.
Like, if you're recruiting, I would be.
And that is, again, there's an opportunity for all levels of government, and to your point, private and public, when we do have these shifts, to react quickly. I think we could all agree, and having spent a few years in procurement myself, I'm chuckling here. We could spend several hours, taking shots at some of our colleagues in several levels of government, but that's not the point. Specifically to procurement, one of the things that we are seeing, and I think it's being stress tested, is what I'll call Canadian set-asides in the procurement language.
Agreed.
Which I think is absolutely positive. And then in parallel, if we look at the Indigenous set-asides in the last few years, and the 5%, for those who aren't familiar, of really having a clear policy of saying you're going to drive some investment specific to Indigenous suppliers, there's been a lot of advantages to that. And at the same time, I'm curious if that's not, to me, that's the lowest hanging fruit. I think it's very critical. I'm not negating it, and I don't know what your thoughts are there around, the approach currently. And I realize it's one of many levers. Let's say the federal government and others are looking at. But what are your thoughts around, a Canadian set-aside where we're specifically saying this is solely for this Canadian-owned companies? If
the set-asides can be aligned to industrial policy and commercial policy, I think it makes a lot of sense. So complete side note, we took about a year to find an Indigenous partner because I was adamant that we weren't going to just be a whitewash, of we can suddenly claim some sort of alignment. So we ended up partnering with an organization in North Bay that every dollar goes back into bursaries for the Indigenous community, which I feel good about, and I don't have to worry about ever being on the front page of you name the national newspaper, because I don't want to be that guy. So I think that there's awesome opportunities as long as you're turning it into not just value add for the particular community or industry, but also for what the nation needs long term, right? So for instance, there's a dearth of cybersecurity expertise in this country because we feel like we're going to need more and more of it. If we're going to provide bursaries to educate Indigenous students, wouldn't it be great if it was actually for cybersecurity as opposed to something that just isn't in demand? And that's why I say it links back to industrial policy, because we need to start talking about what skills we actually need to be successful. And half of those people will become entrepreneurs, and they'll generate more value, and they'll hire more Canadians. And there's so much goodness that can come out of it.
You raise a good point, and from, at the risk of preaching to the choir, you've clearly said this is also a supply chain. Really, it comes down to the entirety of all of the supply chain when we talk about digital infrastructure in Canada and sovereign infrastructure in Canada. One of the things that popped in my mind when you talk about, there's multiple aspects to this. There's the talent, there's the building the talent, retaining the talent. But also, again, one of the discussions that we were having recently is, and maybe in the backdrop of potentially more very highly skilled people coming from the United States, there's a security clearance aspect of this. And that's part of the mechanics and the supply chain. That isn't just about procurement. That isn't just about the grants and contribution of trying to, build and make it an industry more resilient in Canada. So are there other aspects? I mean, security clearance is an easy one to pick on because it is, it's a long life cycle depending on the situation. It's a real criticality for dealing, especially at the federal level. Are there other things such as that you have in mind that would help above and beyond just, more funding?
Well, first of all, I would say that ISO creates a very robust library of standards that in order for you to, for instance, provide protected B-level services to the federal government, you have to have ISO 27001, 17, 18. The SOC 2 Type 2 is kind of table stakes, but all of those certifications make you better. Anyone that goes into this with, oh, Jesus, I got to do another certification, well, it's not going to be a good vendor because you're looking to cut corners as opposed to get better. Now we're starting to see additional certifications. I worry a little bit about some of the American certifications, like the government's recently adopted Fed State and Fed Ramp for high value asset clearances. I think that all started before what's changed in the last few months. So I can't say it's a knee-jerk reaction. It's probably been a long-standing item, but I do think that we do rely too much on non-ISO standards at times. And if we're going to be part of an international community, ISO is a better place to align ourselves than NIST, as an example. Because does anyone know the trivia here? But NIST actually reports to the Department of Commerce in the U.S. So think about standards being defined by the same organization that wants to promote international commerce for their own companies. I think that's just an issue. And then the last thing I'll say on this too is there's more certifications that are coming that are making people that want to participate more, I would say, more robust. But if we could get all the levels of government to adopt the same standards, that would be a huge benefit. So for instance, we service the province. Anyone here from the province? Okay, good. So we service the province, and we have a different security standard for the province. At the federal level, I think it's very robust and clear, but to get those two organizations to actually agree on one common criteria, it just wasn't going to happen. And then I worry a little bit about Bobby at the provincial level because it's a bit of a whitewash on Canadian companies versus non-Canadian companies where they have 100 employees. And back to this supply chain thing, where I'm seeing it all the time. Canadian company wrapping itself around a foreign party just to call it a Canadian product, and we have an obligation to each other to actually look at the entire supply chain to understand the exposure. And so it's a bit of a soapbox for me because I use American tech, I use Southeast Asian tech as well as part of our service delivery infrastructure, and I think we have to start looking at our entire stacks.
No, and you raise a good point, and I'll segue here to. You're absolutely correct, and we heard it earlier from public safety and the questions that were being asked by Eliane around. So how do you bring a lot of people at the table? And in this environment currently, I'll allow myself maybe a sensational comment, but we're almost approaching this in a very binary way, right? And we're forgetting that many of these partners and suppliers, whether from the U.S. or Southeast Asia or Europe, have been in Canada actively, right, for 4 or 5 decades. And right now there's a little bit of kind of like us and them, and we all understand the political environment to that. I would argue that it's actually, kind of put a bit of a cold blanket for now on some of those really cathartic discussions that are required. So when you have folks who are, competing interests and who are seeing there's a perception that the pie is being divided in a way that, won't benefit them, whether financially or otherwise, how do you kind of build those partnerships? And I know that's one of your strengths is certainly, bringing folks together. And they're not just Canadians. But I think right now we're all suffering. This sounds a little bit like an Oprah speech, but it's actually, I think there's not enough of these discussions cathartically to say, listen, we're not enemies, right? Like
For sure. Yeah.
we're both partners commercially, but also let's not kid ourselves. We've often delivered projects jointly, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, you mentioned Oprah. Everyone look under their seats just to make sure. Sorry, that was a great, I had to take that layup. A couple quick comments there. I think that an earlier question that we talked about was control. And I think that what we have right now is a situation where there's a lot of foreign interests who are determined to not accept the change that we are going through as a country. And the harder they work on lobbying, attempting to, water down, whatever that is, it works against all of us. Because frankly, we have to continue to move at a pace that is ever quickening. And a lot of times these sorts of activities just services to slow us all down, because that's actually a strategy. Like slowing down the market, slowing down your competition is a strategy. And as a country and as a group of organizations that need to collaborate, we should be finding common ground. So as an example, if technology can be turned off from anywhere outside of Canada, that has to be fixed. If the technology can be acquired, procured, brought into Canada, managed by Canadians in a way that can guarantee our operational sovereignty, great. Buy it, use it. If there's a domestic industry that can deliver the same thing, they should get first look, I think, because it's good for the country, but it doesn't mean we degrade our capability because of this idea that we don't want to buy from somewhere else. It's just about the control that needs to be considered. That's really what I think is important. So that's what I would say.
No, that's very helpful, and again, I think it speaks to the need to have multiple discussions and not just sometimes semi-political ones. If there's one thing I feel confident in saying, and yourself included and your team, on the technical aspects of most of these things, these are problems that have been solved. I'll call it that. We're acting as if this is brand new with the advent of AI, and I would argue that absolutely speed, volume, complexity has absolutely brought these discussions back to the forefront. But from a technical standards and interoperability perspective, these are often kind of, business problems that had been resolved, or at least certainly on their way to being resolved.
That's right.
I think there's more an opportunity for several to have more of these really as I like to joke, put the propeller hats in the room and, have some of those discussions around the interoperability and the technical standards. So that's certainly, I think, part of what we need to ensure and work towards, as we move forward and a bit de-escalate some of maybe these political discussions that are making their way, to your point, into policy.
Yeah.
That's certainly something that we're seeing right now, both from a procurement perspective. I'll speak at a federal level where you're kind of reacting to what you think the government in place wants, and then you operationalize it. So, and to your point, I would argue that that can often even play against the best interests that you had in initially going forward with that, especially in regards to, building that industry and stimulating that industry in Canada. So,
two quick comments on that. One is, I'm lucky enough to still have hair, but it's pretty gray. And there used to be a very mature part of the technology industry called disaster recovery planning. Boring as hell. It's like watching paint dry. And you're planning for things that are never supposed to happen, right? Well, now you introduce some political noise, whatever you want to call it. Yet at the same time, you cannot find a disaster recovery planner involved in most projects. And if you think about whether it's a black swan event that you're just trying, a 1 in 1 millionth risk of happening, but that's what disaster recovery planners did. There's a discipline there that we need to bring back, because it's about being prepared, right? And Canadians often get referred to as Boy Scouts, I think, a lot of the time. But one of the things about being a Boy Scout is being prepared. And whether it's in public safety or D&D or at the provincial or municipal level, these things, if we do it right, it results in a much better outcome. I wrote a book actually back in early 2000s called Always On, and it was about assuming things are going to fail and then dealing with it, right? And then so that's one comment. The second quick comment I'll make is what works in Canada's favor right now is there's clearly an overhype and a bubble in AI. The fact that you can mix sovereignty and AI together is like a double bubble, so it's like a good piece of gum. But there is this over construction, overbuild, and for those that are actually doing AI work, running models in a real world situation, I can tell you that the infrastructure consumed is nowhere near as big as those that are trying to sell it to you would lead you to believe. So back to this context of Canadian, we are a little more reserved, we're a little more thoughtful, we tend to put our toes in the water a bit more. It's actually, I think, going to serve us quite well. Lots of time to do experimentation. You do not need to write big checks. That's why, with like, for instance, the money that's been set aside for the AI consumption, the only thing I would have done is why would you give any money to support foreign interests in that project? It should have just been buy from Canadians and get your rebate, or buy from Americans and get nothing. That's the only thing I would have changed in the policy, because it's an easy policy change. But there is not, you're not missing anything in my opinion. There's still time. All these industry evolutions go through these early stage, I've been around long enough to remember what happened in 2000. It's inevitable that's going to happen. I just want to assure everyone that you haven't missed anything.
No, that's very helpful, and you raised two good points, and I'll build upon both. First one, just on the front end, yes, to your point around even the discussions around power consumption and all of the infrastructure required and those things, I'm not minimizing any of that. But to your point, it's evolving so rapidly, and ultimately, like, commercial entities will always look for efficiencies. Yep. So again, to your point around maybe the need for quicker policy and reactiveness to the realities operationally of most companies, whether Canadian or not, that's a very valid point that I hadn't thought of. Because what we're probably funding and building right now, by the time the money really goes out the door, call it 18 months to 36 months, the reality will be very different, right? So that, I think, is a super valid point for all of us here. The second one was around you raised an excellent point around business continuity, and you're absolutely right. I think we've already forgotten the early days of the pandemic, where I'll speak for myself in government, and you pull out the big binder, right? And you're like, oh shit, this is real, right? Yep. And I think that's a muscle that we always kind of, lack the exercise. So that's a very valid point. And I'll segue it to, let's not kid ourselves. What we are seeing societally, two things, and these are positive, and I'm talking specifically to Canada. Major investments in Canadian infrastructure and major projects, oil and gas, ports, things that were already underway but really needed that additional speed, push, investment, clarity of kind of prioritization. And then the second one is really defense and security. And I think, a lot of the folks here, there's absolutely the cybersecurity aspect to this, but let's not kid ourselves. We're taking money from Peter to pay Paul in regards to defense and security. And I'll speak for myself, I'm seeing many of my clients shift overnight to defense and security providers. What's your thoughts on that, and how are you seeing that reflected with ThinkOn and even your own of that shift to, hey, we have kind of big societal levers and projects and initiatives, and that's going to take a bit of oxygen out of the room, or a need to refocus on some of those areas?
Yeah, well, like any good entrepreneur, you can either immediately go out of the blocks and you make some mistakes, or you sit back for a second and you listen and you try to pay attention to what's happening. So dual use was not in my lexicon at all 3 months ago. I had the good fortune of sitting in a room with Minister Jolie, and she said it, and it's like, okay, it's something. You got to figure out what it really means. And by the way, not a good definition out there. If anyone wants to take the time to write down what the definition of dual use is, I would encourage it. But what I'm noticing is, back to this whole Boy Scout comment I made earlier. I think some of this is just accounting issues. Like, how do you account for things, right? And how do you actually improve the posture of Canada. So this disaster recovery planning, a lot of it is about military defense, like defending the country, defending your organization, defending your community can be accomplished with the technology that would normally just be commercialized and sold as a commercial product. So it's not actually a big stretch to do that. And it's really exciting to actually see what's happening with drones, for instance, right? Like, you know, the very small nascent drone industry a year ago, now there's like 450 companies in Canada who are really eager to do something with a technology that I fly mine around the park and I feel restricted because I can't do much with it, but I'm actually kind of impressed with what some of these people are doing. So I think that the entrepreneurs, back to what I said earlier, working with Canadian entrepreneurs will be interested in the problem you're trying to solve, and then that will be, like in the case of dual use, if you're a Canadian entrepreneur and you're not thinking dual use, you're not listening.
No, and we'll close off on the dual use and kind of challenging all of us to give that some thought, because I agree with you. I think that's language that's being introduced. We kind of know what we kind of think what we know. We know that we're going to have both sides of the coin, but nobody really has clarity on that. Kevin, I don't know if there was also opportunities for questions, or this is.
Absolutely. So thank you very much, Patrice and Craig. And let's open up the floor for some questions. We got a whole bunch here. Let's start with you, sir.
Thanks very much for the insightful discussion and presentation. So, Craig, a question to you: if you were CIO for the Government of Canada today, or a senior government leader, we have a lot of discussion, a lot of ideas, a lot of opinions. Where would you pragmatically start?
Wow. Okay, so first of all, the government is too slow to consolidate and retire technology that is, frankly, just too expensive to maintain. There's too much acceptance of status quo, and I would move much faster. And as the CIO, so if I was Dominic or Sean, my message would be, I need policies that drive the consolidation and utilization of newer technology faster than letting old technology drag itself out. There's 153 data centers still sitting across the country that are not deemed critical, that are carrying workloads, some of which are 10 plus years old. That's a drain on the organization. So I would do that. The second thing is I would get my data classification under control yesterday, because I cannot do what people are asking me to do, whether it's in, you name the AI function that's being experimented on across departments. I can't safely do that if I don't have my data classification in place, because everything's going to trickle down from that. I can't even assess the model vendors and whether they're able to apply that classification to the use case. And everyone, the classic fear is a letter from the Prime Minister to a Deputy Minister somehow ends up in an AI engine that's viewable by anyone in the government. Right? That's a simple use case example of what could happen if you don't have proper classification of data inside the AI world. So I'd get the data classification stuff nailed. Does that answer your question? Is it okay? Okay. I go on, by the way, for an hour. So
now it's working. All right. Thank you for putting sovereignty at the forefront. Every time I read papers on sovereignty, especially RFPs and so on, issued by government or provincial, the focus on sovereignty is either, I'm being overly simplistic here, but where is the hard drive located and who owns the hard drive, right? It's focused on corporate and the management of whatever entity is holding the actual data. However, we kind of forego who controls the data. So the notion of who owns the encryption keys, how is it managed, how is it distributed, etc. So maybe if you could reflect on what's the actual definition of sovereignty that we should focus on, less on corporate and more on controlling the data. And that includes, in my mind, the notion of data in transit, because oftentimes when we look at those definitions, it says data at rest or active data, but data in transit is not even considered. And these are two major points that threaten Canadian sovereignty.
Great question. A couple quick thoughts on that. First of all, as I said earlier, the entire supply chain of who has access to the infrastructure, who controls it, who can turn it off, is really has to be part of the sovereignty conversation. So there's lots of different technologies out there that can be exclusively managed locally, but if you're relying on global services to do things, then you're just gonna, you're basically saying I'm not considering my supply chain as a sovereignty conversation. I worry a lot about data because now I do not know this to be true, but I've read this in several places that China has more encrypted data sitting in storage, waiting for the advent of the next technology out there to come along, and let's call it quantum technology, to come along and make that traditional encryption algorithm relatively useless, right? So that's a good example of how not having control of data, because there's a long game being played by some of the threat actors out there. It's not about today, it's about 5 years from now, but I want the data today. So I think that another reason why to look at the entire supply chain, because that data needs to be in the control of Canada. In-flight data is a nightmare because the technology exists to reconstruct it either now or in the future. And I think that there is so much distrust in our networks, we just are afraid to say it. And the encryption technology that's been used is relatively modest compared to what we should be doing. I don't think we're moving fast enough to embrace the next generation of encryption technology across our core backbones. Not just government, I'm talking commercial as well. The other thing too, though, is we have an obligation to minimize our attack surface. And there's so many people consider the attack surface the last part of the equation. Well, I've got to make my stuff available to everyone. I got to expose interfaces to people. It's a open government, whatever it is. And those things are all attack surface issues that come along with it. But I would go back and start with my supply chain to make sure that I have a clear line of sight as to who and when and why they would have access to any infrastructure. And by the way, a complete plug, the most boring TED Talk in the world was mine, and it was on sovereignty versus residency. It's a great solution to insomnia, but it was a bucket list thing for me, and it is available. You can find it, but it was all about residency versus sovereignty.
Hi there. You touched upon G's and C's and the procurement of projects, how long they take, et cetera. In your opinion, to sort of avoid this type of brain drain out of the country, what is an acceptable level of risk that government should take in their G's and C's programs for digital firms?
I'm happy to jump in here a little bit. I'll say this bluntly because I'm no longer in government. Commercially, I think we need to also stop wasting people's time because we're giving the impression that there might be an opportunity to win business, knowing full well that the requirements were either built a certain way or there was already an intent on the front end. Okay, so we all do the dance in the theater. I think my exposure to private sector companies is they can live with it being aligned to a technology, a choice, or something along those lines, but then don't waste the time to pretend that we're going to have a competitive process. That's probably not a popular opinion. So I think there's a pragmatism to all of this. And again, I think there's a belief, you raised it earlier, again, I'm inferring, so I shouldn't speak on your behalf, but like there's not like the same business acumen in Canada as, let's say, the aggressiveness in the States. That's not true, quite simply. So when we talk about procurement, there's a great amount of complexity, and again, our colleague from public safety mentioned it. You're trying to look for inclusivity, regional representation, your laundry list is getting longer and longer, right? So I feel for it. What I do, and I'll allow myself 2 seconds here of kind of predicting the future. PM Carney, Michael Sabia, I'll put Ministre Champagne in that, and probably Ministre Joly as well. There's a greater pragmatism and probably a better understanding of industry and the mechanics of capitalism and how profitability works. So I do think, and I hope that we're going to see that trickle into kind of how we operationalize G's and C's, the true Buy Canadian and our reasons behind it. But I fear, and that's not a knock to my previous colleagues at all, that the bureaucracy will not operationalize it well. So,
And I'll just add a entrepreneurial commercial simplification here too. I would call it the 5 and 5. If you can't demonstrate something in 5 weeks for less than 5% of the budget, stop. Like, just stop. I realize there's applied research that has to occur in the university environment or the college environment. I get that. But outside of that, if I can articulate a business problem and someone can't show me how to do it in 5 weeks for 5%, don't do it. Because there's no clear path. It's either too big, I don't want to drop the word agile intentionally, but there is a reason why iterative work is successful, because you get to iterate and learn how people work. And you get people to actually say yes or no early. Like, it's one of the things you want to accomplish. If the customer is saying no, stop. Don't say, oh, I got another idea. No, you got to stop. So if we can bring that level of practical, maybe it's rudeness to the process, it would actually benefit all of us.
Okay, we're going to get started here. Let's get rolling. All right, so welcome back, everyone. We will continue on with the first phase of our session, Respecting the World in Which We Live In, with an esteemed panel featuring some of Canada's foremost experts on quantum. Quantum is a major focus of Canada's national cybersecurity strategy from both an industry and resiliency perspective. Quantum is also beginning to become very real for everyday Canadians, and our panel today will dig into these trends and the topics we need to think about to prepare and also harness what's coming. Leading the panel is Ad Broadbent, Tier 1 Canada Research Chair in Quantum, Communications and Cryptography, and full professor at uOttawa, and is internationally recognized for foundational contributions to quantum cryptography, including blind quantum computing, quantum zero knowledge, proofs, unclonable encryption, and certified deletion. Imran Bashir, partner of National Public Sector Cyber Leader at KPMG Canada. Imran is a seasoned executive, 20-plus years of experience advising on cybersecurity and information technology matters to a wide variety of public and private sector clients. Prior to joining KPMG, Imran was a senior executive in the public sector directing the policy, strategy, and implementation and oversight of the federal government's enterprise-wide cyber initiatives. Bruno Couillard, CEO and founder of Crypto4A Technologies, which is an industry leader in the Canadian quantum space. He brings more than 35 years experience in the fields of technology and cybersecurity in both the public and private sectors. And Nicholas Scott, manager of cryptographic engagement standards at the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, who has over 20 years of experience in cybersecurity practices and development. Anne, over to you.
Thank you. Is this on? Yes, and good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here today. We're diving into a topic that's rapidly moving from theoretical to urgent. Quantum technologies, once confined to the labs, today a growing technological reality, are now influencing national security strategies, cryptographic standards, and even procurement decisions. The convergence of quantum and AI is reshaping the cybersecurity landscape, and Canada has a unique opportunity to lead. The quantum threat is real. Once large-scale quantum computers arrive, they will be able to break widely used encryption schemes. That's what I work on, by the way, the mathematics of the encryption. And because sensitive data can be intercepted and stored today, then decrypted later, when quantum capabilities mature, we talked about this in the previous panel, this store now, decrypt later risk makes the timeline for action especially urgent. Our goal in this session is to explore how quantum developments affect cybersecurity readiness, what steps organizations and governments should take, and how we can foster innovation while protecting critical infrastructure. So without further ado, let's turn our questions to the experts. I propose the format for today. I have individual questions as a starting round. I have a little bit of a surprise lightning round questions. We may open the floor to the audience, and I also have some broad questions that we'd like to hear your opinions, all of you. So my first question to Bruno Couillard. Bruno, you've helped shape quantum-safe hardware and standards. You were one of the first actors in this space. What are the biggest technical challenges in transitioning legacy systems to quantum safe protocols, and how close are we to scalable solutions?
Well, thank you. Thank you for the question, and thank you for having us here today. The biggest challenge at the moment is we have got about 30 years worth of infrastructures and protocols and standards and PKI and certificates and name it, that we have now been used to and deployed in vast quantities. In fact, I often say it's almost easier to point to objects that don't handle cryptography than it is to find a number of things that have cryptographic capabilities. So a challenge that exists is to refine and adapt our standards across the board. And if you think of the things you do on a daily basis, on your computers, on your communications, you're typically using a stack of protocols invented since the 70s, the internet in essence, the IETF, and all of these have evolved to incorporate cryptography and capabilities that we use on a daily basis. Today, there's massive efforts around the globe to adapt our standards. Last year, NIST finalized the standardization on 3 of the 4 cryptographic algorithms that they've now everyone believes they will be able to protect us against the powers of quantum computers. Now we have the standard, the crypto, and we're now taking that crypto and building it into the IETF standards. There will be a Montreal event coming up in November where the IETF will meet. The standards have already evolved. There might actually be some RFC, so finalization of some of these protocols. The GSMA, which deals with our phones and our standards, is also working on that. There are web PKI work being done. So it's a very global effort around the planet to try and get all of our technical stack to adopt and adapt to these new standards. There was just a final one on that front. There's already a lot of the protocols in cryptography that have been deployed and are being used, PQC cryptography. Cloudflare, a fairly significant player in the networking infrastructure, the internet, has a monitor of how many of the TLS, so it's a protocol that we use to secure transactions, how many of those, or percentage of it, which is using a post-quantum capability in the key establishment. And I think the numbers are oscillating around 40 to 45% of all internet traffic today is actually being performed using post-quantum cryptography. So it's happening. It's happening at different stages in different places. And I'd say it's not an easy task, but it is definitely happening.
Could I add a couple of things? Just from a, and I'm not as smart as Bruno, so I'm just going to give you more strategic. Oh, sorry. Can you guys hear me okay? Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, just agree with everything Bruno said. I think one of the traditional challenges that makes it tough also is that we don't have a good track record of this stuff. Like, you and I, last time we were talking, remember we were talking about SHA-1? So SHA-1, I'm going to get the dates wrong so you can correct me. I feel like it was like broken in like early 2000s, maybe 04, 05. I think it was deprecated from browsers maybe like 10, 12 years later. And I swear to God, today people are still using SHA-1. So I think historically, I don't think we've proven that we are very good at taking something old. And we had a hard time in government upgrading from Windows like 7 to Windows 8, for God's sakes, compared to like this deep cryptography problem. And I think the other challenge with cryptography is that it's not kind of a problem in the same way. Some of it is in a vendor problem. Some of it is in the way in which we code. Sometimes we code with libraries. Sometimes we hard code. So I think the problem itself is so like deep and wide and thick, like it's like 3-dimensional, if that makes sense. That makes it even more challenging than like a standard upgrade that we would traditionally do in our day-to-day. Sorry to jump in there.
Yeah, check. Yeah, so yeah, just to add to that, like a lot of the devices that we're talking about today, we've got a vast number of Internet of Things devices, things that are basically just thrown out there, connected to the internet, and then are no longer supported by the vendors, for example. So this is one of the areas that we need to look at, as well as drop dead dates or whatever for these old algorithms. We need to make sure that we're positioned so that the PQC algorithms, that 40% figure that Bruno mentions, is closer to 100, and to the point where we're actually able to say, okay, we're going to turn off support for older algorithms, so that we can ensure that everything is PQC or quantum protected from the quantum threat.
If I can add one final bit, sorry. One of the things that really is really important to me, at least, is the fact that a vast amount of our conversations roam or evolve around the notion of this concept of store now, decrypt later. That's the thing that we're all being told that is the most important part of this transition. There's also something that is less known, which is called trust now, forge later. And that piece, that concept, is think of the digital signature you apply today on a document, on a firmware update that goes up to a satellite, on things that you intend to carry some authenticity to this digital element, the digital component. And the reality of digital authenticity is super important. And it's so important that it is today the reason why we can talk about the digital economy taking up really about a third of the global economy. And the reason I say that is if you rewind the clock back to 1995, when Netscape came out, and we were at that point in time, we had found a technique had never been done in the history of humanity. One technique where we could, in a virtual fashion, establish a relationship of trust between a human being and some server somewhere, using Netscape, a certificate in a PKI, and digital signatures applied to those certificates. That combination of this triad caused today's world to be live in the digital economy we live in. And that digital signature concept is responsible for what we believe today to be a very significant, well, probably all of our jobs here. So when we think of the post-quantum era, it has really two massive potential attack points. Yes, you can decrypt data that's been secured using TLS, but it can also break through all of our digital signature processes. And digital signature is huge in the world of operational technology. I mean, it's probably the one significant aspect of all our operational technology, whether it's your, again, jet engines, your secured medicine, your satellites. Think of an object that has digital security. Chances are what you are doing is a digital signature to guarantee its integrity. So that's those two problems that we're trying to deal with.
Yeah, I definitely want to echo that digital signature. So there's this root of trust, and I'm very concerned that actually all of us probably have experience with websites that are spoofed by bad actors. And the reason why we know we should not trust them is because there's actually a chain that will go back and you can verify it, your computer verifies it for you. So if that root signature is compromised, from one day to the next, all of a sudden, no trust on the internet, so you cannot recognize between your real banking website and a fake one, for instance. Nicholas, from your perspective at the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, how is Canada aligning with international efforts? We've heard about the NIST standardization on quantum safe cryptography. Are we positioned to lead globally, or are there gaps we need to address?
Oh, that's a good question. So I would say that we are aligned with international standards. We've put out publications this year indicating how the Government of Canada intends to roll out its PQC support or compliance over the next several years. We've given timelines for that align with a number of Western countries' plans as well. But yeah, the second part of your question, like, are we well aligned to become a superpower? How did you phrase that?
Are we positioned to lead globally, or maybe there's some gaps?
So I would say there's a really tight like quantum community within Canada. There's like I've come to a handful of these types of events. I see a number of familiar faces, the same like, and a number of companies and academic institutions are working towards this. This is really our chance to government and academia, industry as well, to all kind of come together and make this like a Canadian industry, if we will. There's an opportunity here, and we need to get on top of that and kind of bring everybody together so that we can keep that brain power that we have here in Canada from, I'm sorry, I forgot his name, who was up here earlier talking about, who was it? Craig, thanks. So yeah, Craig talking earlier about these smaller companies, these startups getting bought up by international companies. So yeah, I think we are well positioned. We just need to continue to nurture that.
Are we following the NIST standards, or are we contributing, modifying?
Yeah, so we've evaluated at the Cyber Center. So not exactly my team, but the team I work alongside has evaluated alongside NIST the FIPS 203, 204, 205 standards. So yeah, we can confidently say that we support these algorithms going forward. We endorse these being used. And then we continue to do research as well on other things. But a lot of our work is closely aligned. I would be remiss if I didn't throw a plug in as well for the cryptographic module validation program that we also share with the US. NIST there offers that up. So that's where we're validating crypto modules to make sure that they conform to the standards that are set for them.
One of the interesting aspect as well is Canada able to eventually take up a lead? We all have this geopolitics thing in the back of our mind these days. So it's kind of the elephant in the room. And the funny thing is, when you travel around the world and you talk to potential customers and you start asking about their questioning about their digital sovereignty, and by the way, digital sovereignty is really ensured if you control your data, and you need to control everything that controls the data. So it's processing, it's encryption, it's transmission, and so on and so forth. And typically what I find is people are really suggesting that they will try as best as they can to adapt technology that they can trust the providers or the countries, the providers. So is Canada one of those countries? Absolutely. We tend to be probably at the top of that list. So Canada starts with a very phenomenal starting point. A second thing that Canada has, somehow back in the 90s, we did have a strong investment in PKI and cryptography here in Ottawa. A company like Entrust and companies like Chrysalis. So we built already a very interesting network of competence, highly competent people in that one specific area called PKI and cryptography that tends to be one of the area where Canada has a very strong leadership on the planet, on a global space. So I think Canada can definitely be a major player going forward. Yes, there's a whole lot of work to do, but it's as important, like Canada could become that player that brings to the cyberspace the equivalent of submarines or jet fighters. These machines are your warfare machines for the cyberspace. They're the defense gizmos and gadgets. So I do think Canada has that in its backyard. And if that's elevated to the point of being known or used in the Canadian politics, when we do negotiate our defense capabilities and buy from other countries and partners, I think Canada can play that game as well. And we could become a powerhouse really around the globe, highly trusted. No one typically doubts a product that comes from Canada, and we do know our business. And I think that would be an interesting position to adopt. So we'll see.
Speaking of vendors, Imran, you've said that every tech vendor has a quantum responsibility. What does this mean in practice? how can organizations use procurement to drive quantum safe adoption across the tech ecosystems?
Yeah, so great question. I got a whole bunch of thoughts on that. So first, like I talked to a lot of CISOs, in my day job, and a lot of them just, brush off quantum. I don't want to say they brush it off. Sorry, closer, better. Sorry. They think, okay, well, it's not my problem. The vendor's going to fix it for me anyway, so I'll just wait. So partially true, but I'll get to that in a second. On the vendor question first, I absolutely do think that's a non-negotiable for any. So I know there's a couple of vendors in the room. I would say if you don't or haven't published a quantum roadmap yet, I would strongly suggest you do. I think it comes down to it's just your responsibility as a technology provider. And I think we've done ourselves a bit of a disservice in this industry by by saying that the sky is falling for like every single thing that has happened over the last 10, 20 years. So cloud comes out, oh my God, it's going to be the worst thing. AI comes out, it's the worst thing. Quantum's the worst thing. And it gets to a point where the board level or the C-suite is kind of like, okay, which one is it? Like at some point, you're either the boy who cried wolf or these are real threats. And I'm not diminishing the level of threat here. I'm just saying we need to get to a spot where we can communicate that a little bit better. And I think as vendors, one thing we can do is just say this is part of the standard life cycle of cyber and you making sure your products are safe. Let's use safety as the word here. And so yes, quantum is part of it. Now, from a procurement perspective, so the people that tell me, oh, well, I got to wait for the vendors to come up with stuff, that's actually wrong because I think buyers underestimate the power of procurement. And I always give this hypothetical back in government. If we were procuring, I don't know, router, firewall, endpoint security product, whatever it is, just insert name of widget here. And there were two vendors neck and neck. Every requirement was equal. Everything's perfect scoring. They both blew away the orals and everything was perfect. And the one difference was one vendor had a quantum plan and one vendor couldn't spell quantum. I think I know which vendor I'd want to go with. And so what I would implore anyone in the procurement or anyone buying something in cyber is make this at the very least a point rated criteria, if not a mandatory, because I think we can drive that behavior from the vendors. Like this is a capitalistic mindset, but if you ask for it, vendors will build it. And vendors, I'm imploring you also to not wait for it to be asked. So I think long-winded answer to your question, and I think there's two kind of sides to this approach where we can encourage better behavior through like requirements, so drive it through procurement, and vendors can be a bit more proactive. I have noticed a lot of like, especially hyperscaler cloud providers lately become a lot more vocal about roadmaps and timelines and these things. I think it's wonderful. I also think transparency and updates have to continue throughout because a one and done roadmap saying we'll do it by 2030 or whatever, and no updates afterwards doesn't help matters either. So make it more than lip service. I think if the more vendors show progress in the space, the better it is for everyone. And then again, rising tide floats all boats. I think every other vendor will then compete, thereafter. I don't know, Bruno, you're in the space. You tell me if I'm wrong there.
Well, I can't wait for the buyers to keep asking about quantum readiness. Pick me. Yes, it is an absolute fact that if even it was rated, even if it's not even rated, but there's a question that a vendor should be asked about their readiness, their plans to eventually provide a buyer a solution that will be ready to adopt or to address the quantum threat. Another thing that being a hardware vendor ourselves, there's a huge or a significant difference between hardware buying and software buying. I can buy my software and I can drop load or download the next variants, fairly quickly and adopt my entire stack on a fairly small amount of time. The hardware pieces tend to take a whole lot more time. And in order for you to switch from vendor A to vendor B, we're talking here many more months, sometimes years. And that's something unique about hardware. So if you're buying any products and those are elements that you think are going to live on for years to come, you really want to start asking those questions. Those are the place where you really need to start probing more deeply. Fairly recently, I was talking with some telecommunication equipment vendor or providers. They're buying radio equipment, open radio access networks, ORAN, that go up in your cell tower that they will buy today and probably leave up there for 10, 15, 20 years. and I asked the gentleman, I said, are you asking your vendors about their quantum security for firmware updating these things? He said, no. Well, I said, you understand by 2035, you're no longer supposed to use classic crypto, correct? And there was a bit of a pause there. It is an important part. It is a really tough challenge, especially when it comes to hardware. So I would strongly encourage anyone in this procurement potential position to be even more query a lot more of your vendors when it comes to their offering and their transition and roadmaps.
If I can just add one last thing, sorry, is that it doesn't even have to be the perfect quantum roadmap or strategy. Like, honestly, I would be so satisfied to hear a vendor say, I don't have a perfect plan yet, but I am building my crypto in an agile way so that it's modular, it can be replaced downstream when we do have a solid plan. Like, I would take that over what we get today in procurement, which is zero talk about crypto agility or quantum whatsoever. So my main message here is like baby steps. Any sort of incremental change in how we buy will, I promise you, drive that behavior in the market.
So I'll maybe just add, a little bit of a plug for my team, but we just released yesterday some procurement guidance for Government of Canada. And
oh, what a coincidence. I actually didn't know that. So that's amazing.
So that we've been waiting on that for a few weeks here, but yeah, so that got published last night. So, I encourage everybody to take a read of that, but it's a piece of guidance. It's not necessarily word for word what you should be throwing in your contracts or whatever, but it at least starts that conversation to get everybody thinking, okay, what do I need to include in future contracting to make this hardware last, 10, 15 plus years?
That's awesome. Thank you. I didn't know that. Like, I appreciate that so much. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks.
Should we applaud for that?
Yeah, thanks.
Absolutely. That's amazing.
Yes. Thanks. This is going to make a difference. Great. So let's go to the lightning round. So this is what I propose. I have a quick question. Give your first thought that comes to mind, a word, a thought, a phrase. And then you can pass it to the next person if you like. And then I'll move on to, I have a few questions. So just in random order, maybe let's start with Nicholas. Quantum safe by 2030, realistic or optimistic?
I would say optimistic, but let's push for it anyway.
Okay. Bruno, is quantum ahead or behind in I keep on saying quantum. Is Canada ahead or behind in quantum cybersecurity?
I believe we're ahead at the fundamental levels. And I think Canada has a really strong position to start with.
Great. Imran, if you had $10 million to invest in quantum cybersecurity today, where would it go?
Oh, that's not a quick thought. I would love to see it invested in R&D, in grants, in tax incentives for companies in Canada to migrate. Like, I would love the government to put that kind of money to incentivize better behavior in our country. Is that a fast answer?
Let's go back to Nicholas. One word to describe quantum's impact on cybersecurity.
I don't know, is catastrophic too dark? I don't know, it's going to make a big change. One word though. Huge.
Existential.
Thank you.
Bruno, what would you say?
Definitely annihilation, I guess. It completely removes cybersecurity because it takes out the cryptography that underlies cybersecurity. So it's gone.
Strong words. Okay, Bruno again. What's more urgent, quantum threats or AI threats?
Quantum, to me, is already happening. Yes, it's in the future. The hype cycle today we all hear about is AI. But quantum in 5 years attacks you back 10 years ago. So it's now a threat that we're not paying attention to. So absolutely quantum.
Yeah, I'm going to go quantum and then just add on quantum-powered AI scares the crap out of me also. So so I'll combine both.
All right. What do you think? Quantum or AI or no?
Yeah, both is like, both are veering off down the highway together, so it's.
Okay. Last question, Imran. Should quantum readiness be mandatory for critical infrastructure?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Let's open to the floor.
Working? Yeah. Big four people and change question aimed at Imran, but I'm hoping everyone on the panel can weigh in. A lot of complex technology, but perhaps when you look at the food chain, the people aspects are even more complex. You kind of have math PhDs and research handing off to architects and engineers in a tech stack, and then sysadmin operationally, and add to the flavor, cyber assessors. So maybe talk about the complexities there. It doesn't exactly sound like DevSecOps.
Yeah, no, look, this is like literal PhD level stuff here, right? So, and let's be honest, cyber in and of itself, before quantum, was already hard enough to communicate to board levels, to C-suites, and all the way down. We have, and I'm a proud nerd, but we have nerd speak down here, and we have business speak up here, and there's always been a gap in trying to connect those dots. I think, as I said earlier, one of the disadvantages I guess we've done in our industry is create all these kind of new sub-risks that seem like the world is ending. And I think the best strategy from a change perspective, from a communications perspective, is to build it into just the typical cyber resilience journey. This is cyber 101. Like, put quantum aside for a second. This is understanding your crypto inventory, right? That's basic. Look at the NIST framework, identify what is it you have, what are the vulnerabilities to it, and what are you gonna do to protect it, and how do you respond if something goes wrong? Quantum is no different. Yes, it's more complex and everything else, but the same principle still applies. And I think, to finally answer your question about the comms part, I would honestly just bake it into my existing kind of resilience journey. And ideally, if you're in the private sector, cyber's already a board level risk, which is great, or on your risk register. Add a little sub-bullet on quantum being one of the many things that need to be looked at, but don't try to hype it as its own separate thing, because again, I have CISOs telling me like, man, I can't worry about quantum. I don't have MFA right now. So, and that's a valid argument, but I think we have to just get to a point where this is just part of the continuous journey on getting your cyber better, and quantum inventories and crypto inventories, these kind of things are just naturally on your roadmap, not some special PhD level project needs to happen, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'll just chime in. I mean, correct me on the dates here, but I think Shor's algorithm in the 90s showing that RSA was going to be broken once this kind of computing technology was available. So this isn't really a new idea. The problem is that it took this long to get to this point where we're finally saying, okay, look, we actually need to do something about this to move forward, right? So, I don't want to be, I forget how you were framing it, but like, I don't want to call it doom and gloom, and I don't want to be like, okay, look, the sky is falling, but we're getting to the point here where if we're talking about natural life cycles of hardware or any of our life cycling, we need to start considering this stuff, and we should have started considering this years ago. So, I don't want to say we're behind times, but we're definitely like at the crux here where you have to be discussing this in the C-suite rooms, you have to be talking about it and planning for this natural evolution that is coming.
Yeah, like I think I'll also add that this is a human thing, right? We have I think the bias is called future problem bias, and humans aren't meant to look at climate change, actually, as an example. Like, we've known about climate change for a long time. We just have a hard time acting as humans for existential long-term risks. Like, we evolved from cave people who are worried about getting eaten by a tiger like 3 seconds later. So we are all about immediate threat, immediate risk. We literally have just a difficult time psychologically processing things that seem so far-fetched. Hell, we couldn't even deal with Y2K when we knew the exact date, time, and second it was going to happen. A lot of consulting dollars were spent in 1999 to address the 2000 problem. My point of all this is, to answer more of Carl's question, I think, is the more we can reframe this as a present day problem. So stop thinking about this could, 2030, 2035. Start framing it as if today all of your medical health records were just breached because the encryption was broken, what would that mean for your business and what would you do? And you can start changing a bit of the mindset around the hypothetical downstream stuff to this is a today problem, to Bruno's point.
And one of the things that I've always believed in was when you go back far enough and you look how we built the current stack, pretty much we started with the notion of these PKI things, installed that, And then from there, we had authenticity. Then we started building the stack. So I've always been of a belief that PKI was the thing to start with. Fairly recently, in a conference in Toronto, a gentleman from Amazon was reflecting in his keynote on how they had done a quick survey of the internal workings of their entire systems. And they were going through the different services, capabilities, components. And they kind of eventually found that all of those things eventually led down to the basement layer of their PKI. They all needed to issue certificates to different services. So what they decided to do was, let's start there. There's a starting point. Yes, it's not the most flamboyant, it's not the most fun place to be, but that's the first element. If you get that point started, you can continue building from there. So you can start today without necessarily having to worry about this big, massive elephant. Get this bite going, bite the PKI portion of it. And I think it's doable. There exist quite a lot of capabilities today on the planet, and more are coming to fruition. So you can actually get going without having to worry about delaying to 2034, hopefully.
Thank you so much. I had a question for, so one comment that was said earlier by Bruno, you mentioned that quantum in 5 years attacks you 10 years back. I was wondering if you can develop more on that, because I was thinking of like an information security issue is information that was acquired 10 years ago, even right now, later on when quantum is available to decrypt that information, I'm thinking the information would not be relevant anymore. So the threat may not be as like grand.
Think of your medical records, your possession of your home, the pacemaker machine that you may one day, hopefully not, but that someone may have. Think of the satellites you're launching. Think of this car. Think of the water treatment systems. Think of all these gizmos that are currently being deployed, installed, that rely on some cryptographic capability to be secure for their entire life. If they live well past, if you're expecting them to live and exist well past the notion of a quantum computer, you do have a problem. Today, maybe last year when you bought it, maybe 5 years ago when you built up your next satellite or your next radio networks. So this is why quantum is a bizarre thing. It has this ability to hack anything that you've already been deploying, and it causes you today to have the problem and continue to have this. The problem is growing. If it's something that you don't care about and you put on the social media, sure, no one is going to take a quantum computer to hack into this. But I would suggest that a fair bit of your digital records, a lot of the data collected by governments, records in the banking systems, those are things that they need to be protected. They need to be kept sensitive and secured for many years. So I would say that that'd be a challenge.
Yeah, if I could just add to that, I think it just sends a good message. And again, going back to Cyber 101, like not all data is created equal. Not all systems are mission critical, et cetera, et cetera. I think this comes back down to a prioritization problem. Like we always seem to have, like we are, I'll tell you right now, maybe some people will disagree. We're not going to have all these things quantum safe by 2030, if ever. But we have to be okay with that. So to your point, what are the things that absolutely have to be, whether it be military secrets, intellectual property, stuff that has lifespan of 30, 40, 50 years, for sure, that has to be on the top of the list. But I agree, like, you know, Jane's florist down the street and a transaction of selling me flowers yesterday or whatever. I mean, I don't really care if that's breached in 20 years. So I think it's just like everything, a prioritization question, and then making sure we tackle the things that will have the biggest impact on Canadians, on our, you know, on ourselves if the attack were to come to fruition.
Yeah, just one word to add to that: inventory. That's really where we're at on the roadmap right now. Like, we should be taking stock of the devices that we're using, the things that, the different cryptographies that are used in our industry, in our businesses, across government, and Yeah, once we know what we have, then we can start building out plans around what we're going to do to mitigate or how we're going to replace.
Questions in the front here?
Good afternoon. My question is, if you are talking about PKI as the base stone for majority of our security today, so are you talking about looking for PKI version 2, like another more complex, more complicated algorithm to secure? Because that means we need more powerful hardware, like in the same level of quantum level technologies, to be able to decrypt or encrypt that. So even developing a new PKI would mean that we maybe work on developing it, but it's not going to be deployed until the technology is available and can take care that amount of computing. And that means the whole hardware will be upgraded as well at some point.
We have done quite a lot of work. I'll give you an example. In 2017, we did some quantum enablement of a tiny window sensor that needed to be able to firmware update itself. That thing was running on a very, very puny microprocessor, and we ended up being able to perform all the cryptographic capabilities needed to do signature validation and so on of its firmware. So there's a myth that, yes, PQC is a bit more complicated, the algorithms are complicated, but they don't necessarily require hypercomputing to realize PQC capability. We ourselves have been using a full PQC PKI for many years. Some certificates are larger, but for the vast majority of the capabilities we need, it's doable. I'm thinking today, in fact, I think it was last week or a couple of weeks ago, the X9 body that tends to standardize around the financial sector stood up their own PKI capability, and there's a classic PKI and they have a PQC variant as well. So we're now seeing the emergence of these capabilities in operation. So I would say it exists today. It's not some future plan, and I don't think we need, I mean, we will continue improving our hardware devices. Imran was talking about SHA-1. Many semiconductors way back had built-in SHA-1. Now it's SHA-256. I still talk to people in the financial sector that use DES. It's like, but the reality is, quite a lot of our industry is adapting and moving fast to ensuring our ability to support all of these new algorithms and being crypto agile at the same time. Hope I answered the question.
Hi, it's Iliane Guindon from Corelight. Thank you so much for the panel. And I'd like to just summarize a few of the points, key points that I've heard, and a few that I may bring up. First, I hear that innovation needs the workforce. This innovation, from what I've heard from what you've just discussed, is it needs the right workforce to support this quantum strategy. A lot of it is in the laboratories. We need to commercialize it. It's another point that I think you've discussed very well. We need to incentivize the ecosystem that's actually developing the quantum strategy. Two more points, though, is one of them is the partnerships. I didn't hear necessarily working with the international partners and the international community. And lastly, it's how are we going to protect all of this IP that we are creating?
I think that one's directed my way. So yeah, when it comes to the IP, that's a really big one. I know that I'm up here with the Cyber Center. I don't know the process. We talked about grants and contributions. We talked about this kind of thing. I know that this is an ongoing discussion with my team. Finding the right mechanism to make sure that we're able to get that out there and make sure that our Canadian industry can continue. That's one of the things that we are looking at and focusing on. So while I don't have a solid answer for you today about how exactly we're going to do it, it is something that we need to work on, and I think we can get there. You had, I think, a first point there is
Partnership.
partnerships
International.
and international. Yeah. So conveniently, the team that I work with also, so we do cryptographic engagements, but we also do standards work as well when it comes to cryptography. So we are engaging with bodies like the IETF to make sure that the proposals that are put forward are secure and meeting our needs. So we have a team of mathematicians. We've got teams of different kinds of analysts working on this, and we go out to these standards bodies representing our interests for Canada. So we go out to different ISO working groups. We work with the IETF on different groups as well. We have folks going to that Montreal IETF 124 next month after. And so we are actively engaging in these international fora. Does that cover your? Okay, awesome, thank you.
I could potentially add one more. We have been involved very strongly and from the early days with NIST. NIST in the US has been spearheading the development of the new cryptography. They have this lab called the National Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, NCCOE. And they've got a project, a PQC transition project in there. So we've been a member of that project, working with international companies and vendors to help guarantee the compatibility of all our designs and all our cryptography. So there's a fair bit of collaboration internationally on that scene. So be it IETF, standard bodies, PKI, BSI, we're finding lots of people in the world are in fact playing the game. It's a team sport.
Yeah, if I can just, last thing, I would just love to see a bit more collaboration in our own country. Like we have guys like, I give Bruno a lot of credit here as a local Canadian business that does this stuff. And it bothers me to no end to not, and it's not, I'm shilling for you here, so I apologize, but the fact that you are not more involved in some of this stuff with our governments, municipal, local, provincial, federal, and I would just love to see a bit more collaboration in our own country about whether it be, co-developing safe spaces or vaults that maybe are quantum safe right now, and we segregate. It's like I'm making this stuff up as I go, but I feel like there are some things we can do better together here that we just aren't. And even I'll shill for my own company for a bit. Like I feel like we can contribute somehow, whether it be certification or audits or some way to double check that things are being done the way it needs to be done. Like there's a trifecta here of people that can work together, and I just think we can put a lot more effort into doing that better, I guess is my final point.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody.
For those of you that don't know me, my name's Jeff Musson. I'm Executive Director of Coding for Veterans. We actually retrain military veterans, current serving members, spouses, reservists, and family members in cyber, software, and next-gen AI. And the program's delivered 100% online in partnership with uOttawa. And since we launched 5 years ago, we've had over 900 students through the program. So when it comes to talent and then this next panel, it's really obviously, a key factor that we have in this country is if we're going to be leaders in cybersecurity, talent is where things, will lie. So, like I said, our next panel will touch on the topic of cybersecurity and talent. Cybersecurity talent development, attraction, retention, education are critical to our national success. The demand for cybersecurity professionals is surging. There's a shortage, obviously, of cyber talent around the globe, and as such, developing and retaining that cyber talent is essential for Canadian businesses and governments. Canada already has a highly skilled cybersecurity workforce, but by making further investments, we can ensure the Canadian companies have access to the staff they need to continue to grow and scale. So that really kind of sets the stage here for a discussion. We'll move into the second phase as, you know, our panel here will touch on talent actions that we must take in this realm. So leading the panel is John Proctor, partner at PwC Canada, Cybersecurity, Privacy, and Financial Crimes, a former Royal Navy aviator, Canadian Armed Forces intelligence officer. John brings more than 2 decades of operational leadership and threat-informed decision-making to his work with boards and executive teams. We also have, next to him, Major General Dave Yarker, commander of the Canadian Armed Forces Cyber Command, who's been in specialized cyber operations since 2010, holding senior command and liaison positions with the United States Cyber Command and Canada's Communications Security Establishment. And next to him is Liz McGowan, Executive Director of Digital Community Management Office, Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat, and has over 30 years experience building technical change and leadership acumen at all levels. And finally, we also have Julia Lee, Senior Manager of the Cybersecurity Center of Excellence with the Province of Ontario. In this role, she offers strategic guidance, collaboration, and opportunities to enhance the province's cyber resilience. So I turn the panel over to you, and we're in for a great discussion.
Okay, thank you. And again, welcome to everybody. And I think just to kick this off, the last panel made a very key point of cyber is a team sport. So what we're talking about here is the team, right? And we in tech, we talk about people, process, and technology. It's kind of really hopeless to try and make process work or technology happen without the people. So we're going to focus on that. And one of the challenges we have in Canada is roughly 1 in 6 cyber positions go unfilled. Think about that, right? We're talking, I mean, again, this is Ottawa. We're somewhat coddled for unemployment, but we see unemployment rising across Canada, and yet 1 in 6 cyber positions are still unfilled. So there's a skills gap, and that's kind of one of the things we're going to touch on and we're going to talk about with this panel. And as I said to somebody earlier, I said, it's really great being the moderator. I just get to ask all the questions, right? I don't actually have to answer anything, so it's great. So general question, and I'm going to send this across all 3 of you. And Dave, I hope you don't mind, we'll start with you. If we had a sort of pan-Canadian talent strategy where somebody could go from D&D to federal, to provincial, to commercial, what would be the building blocks? How would we start enabling that? What could that look like?
Yeah, so I mean, first of all, a couple of the assumptions you need to make before you embark on that kind of program. That is that you've got a good grip on the skills that you're going to need across the lifetime of that program. And I'd suggest that's going to be one of our problems straight out of the gate, is that I'm not sure 30 years ago we would have had the right vision to build sort of my peers. That said, the kinds of pieces that you're going to need are going to be educational, experiential, and career pathways, right? Those are the things that are going to appeal to the folks that may choose to join cybersecurity. Most of that's fairly straightforward. I'd provide one more thought, and that is that from a pure uniform military perspective, I get an opportunity to work with partners in a variety of countries around the world. And I would say that one of the major untapped areas of cybersecurity expertise are the people who don't naturally identify themselves as cybersecurity experts. I think towards some of my military counterparts who live in countries with conscription, and I'm not advocating that, by the way, for the room, but because that exists, they have an opportunity to test and provide opportunities to people in a very different way. And I think we have way too many people in Canada self-selecting themselves out of technology in general, STEM in general, but cybersecurity in particular. So I'll just throw those ideas out.
Liz.
Excellent. Okay, that was great. Now, for context, I'm going to speak about what we're doing today in the Government of Canada, because although we're talking about multi-jurisdictional, you can't boil the ocean, right? So beginning within what's already an extremely complex space in the federal government, I think offers a rinse and repeat and expand type of model. So when I thought about this question, I thought about 5 different things that I think are required, and noting that this is what I do for a living for the digital community at grosso modo, of which the cybersecurity specialization in government is a subsector. So the first thing that I think that we need to know about is we need to know, we have to define what are our cyber roles. Because as mentioned, people are self-selecting out, but as well we have to identify what are the skill sets that we require in various different capacities in the cyber community. And in private sector, I think that that's quite varied. In the Government of Canada, we have identified those skills so we can run at least consistent recruitment campaigns across the whole community, and everybody knows what underwater basket weaving means regardless of who's running a recruitment campaign. So that definition piece, that taxonomy is super critical. The second thing is we need to know what our talent space looks like today. Who do we have? What are their skills? Where are our gaps? Where do we have dependency on contractors? Where do we have learning and development gaps? And we put in place in the federal government a talent directive policy instrument 2 years ago that allows us to cull that kind of information across the GC. So we know where those gaps are. We know that where that skilling gap is, and where we have an unhealthy dependency on contracted resources. We also then have to have the right tools for recruiting, because we know where those gaps are. We know we have significant challenges in recruitment. And we've put in place for the federal government a modern tool, the GC Digital Talent Platform, that actually provides a private sector-like experience for people wanting to join government. Because the front door's got to be the shiny door. And that's made a huge difference. And again, it's a skills base, so it goes back to that taxonomy, understanding what are the actual skills that we require in that workforce. And then the fourth thing is we need the tools to educate. We've got lots of folks in government who could be switching specializations, who could be updating their skill sets. And for a select group, about 20,000 public servants, we have the IT Training and Development Fund that was negotiated in the last round of collective bargaining that provides amazing learning resources, third-party content, instructor-led certifications. But now we have to rinse and repeat, make that available much more broadly across the public sector and in alignment with other jurisdictions. And then the last piece, and this is the one where I haven't made any headway or even thought about until preparing for today, was around the mechanisms to move talent. Because moving talent within the government, let alone with other jurisdictions, is not simple. And I don't think that this will be done through cooperation, but will need to be a policy type of implementation.
Hello. Okay. Test there. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll just start by saying it's such a pleasure to be with you all today and be in a room with a shared passion in cybersecurity. I just want to get a pulse to see if folks here have heard about Ontario Government's Cybersecurity Centre of Excellence. Okay, I see a lot of heads. I'll just glaze through in terms of the official mandate for the Centre of Excellence, and that gives me a good pulse of any repeats here. But, on to my colleagues' points here around, how do we define talent, right? Setting up that Canadian cyber talent framework to identify those roles, competencies, and skill sets. That is the main part of our work. We've seen traditional methods from identify, detect, and protect. But if you're looking at those 3 kind of key pillars there, and you put that in reverse, the protecting side really speaks to the human element of cybersecurity, which speaks to our talent gaps, right? So when it comes to the framework here, we're seeing that there's really no unified framework. What's happening in Quebec, what's happening in BC, those practices aren't relayed within Ontario or federally. So in terms of finding a common lexicon between all the unified frameworks here would really kind of support us in terms of navigating the difficulties in upskilling, reskilling, and even recruitment, right, effectively across sectors. And hence why, in terms of the Center of Excellence here, we did a pilot project back in 2020, a long time ago now, but it has worked in terms of a program across all IT and cybersecurity across Ontario to support students coming out of school who wants to have that hands-on skills and experience with the Ontario government. We've looked at how do we ensure that they get experience within the various sectors, but as well as across all levels of government, right? So it really promotes that collaboration between public, private sector as well.
Thank you all. And Liz, I'm going to start the next one with you. So in my little imaginary world, there's some politician with some big bag of gold, right, that's going to solve our talent problem. And he's going to come and put it on your desk and say, here's the big bag of gold. I need you to grow talent in 12 months. What sort of, where would you put it? What would it go to? Like for 12 months, put out the fire, drive this. And again, apprenticeship, scholarship, all these sort of things. And Julia mentioned some things. What would you do to say, I've got 12 months, I've got to solve that 1 in 6 problem?
If I had $1 million, right? Which, yeah, $1 million is not even close these days. But
okay,
I always have. If I had $1 million,
it's your size bag. You can pick the size of bag of gold. Go.
If I had a bag of dollars, I would focus in 3 areas. Actually, I would do a divide and conquer. First and foremost, thinking about those most critical barriers to how we operate as organizations in different jurisdictions. It's those processes that are made up or real or legislation or policy that impede and just drive a lot of really big pain points for managers on the ground trying to hire, or even employees trying to up their skills or come into organizations to support us. So figuring out what are those big points that we always set aside because we just don't have enough. So number one, those process improvements. Secondly, it'd be about making sure that we're focusing on that development. So I talked about the training and development fund that we have today, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. So I'm talking about implementation of basic cyber skilling, digital competencies for all members across all of our jurisdictions. So we have a certain layer of cyber acumen across all public servants in order to reduce internal threats, reduce the necessity to point on those and focus efforts externally. And that requires more marketing than anything else, less around the actual development of content. And then thirdly, and this is kind of a strange one, I don't think it's a high cost item either, but it's about building communities of practice, because the more you feel part of a network, the more you feel like you're part of a bigger thing, the more you operate as part of that bigger thing. And sometimes that's just making sure that you have these types of events where people can find out who does the thing in Ontario, who does the thing in different jurisdictions, and who is my lifeline when I need to shift and refocus on those other priorities. And that includes that mobility question that I had in the first response, right? How do you shift that talent super quickly? What are the mechanisms to shift talent to the most emerging issue at the time?
Julia, your turn.
In terms of that shift too, an interesting stat that I saw recently was Deloitte has shown that, and I want to make sure that I quote this right because I know that there's a lot of researchers in the room, more than 25,000 cybersecurity roles in Canada are currently getting unfilled due to a mismatch in qualifications and awareness, but not availability. So that is a strong stat, coupled with a stat of, there's 4,000 qualified cybersecurity graduates out there, but still 25,000 unfilled positions. So that itself is very interesting. I'd love to kind of hear your maybe thoughts in terms of those numbers. But I think we often hear, especially from the Center of Excellence here, in engaging with all the sectors across Ontario, especially from municipalities, that they're not sure what qualifications to look for when hiring a cybersecurity role. So then, or in terms of cybersecurity lead even. So a common framework that I was talking about earlier as well would really help recruit, smarter and faster talent into that pipeline. But some of the key initiatives that what we're doing proactively right now is really setting up one of these services that we've set up as of last last 2 years now, which is the cybersecurity tabletop exercise. And year over year, we've got a 300% increase in terms of demand for that service, is identifying those leads and those roles within various sectors, right? So with the rollout of Bill 194, the strengthening cybersecurity and building trust within the public sector act, the first legislation that's going to be passed for Ontario, which is big news for us. So we'll be hearing more of that in this fall. Really talks about, building stronger cybersecurity, more mature programs, and really gives the IPC, the Privacy Commissioner, more power for us to report breach incidents, right? So in terms of, readiness and preparedness, I think, tabletop exercises is probably a key way when it comes to the forefront of education and awareness for us on our platform, and really identifying, some of the common challenges that we're seeing across from hospitals to school boards to children's aid societies, which is really the critical and high-risk sectors that this bill also focuses on in its first rollout of education and awareness.
Thank you. And yours slightly different, the cyber warriors that you have to generate as well, slightly unique expertise. What would you do with the same thing? How do you generate more people to not only just bring it to uniform, but to support that mission?
Yeah, so just let me start with the fact, readiness and exercises like that rings very familiar to me. That's great. I think there's a couple of challenges that we have when we look at some of the numbers that you just advertised, and I face some of this internally inside our force, and that is there is no end of desire for the cybersecurity individual with 10 years of experience, and almost no interest in the cybersecurity professional with 2 years of experience or right out of a college. That sort of apprentice level cybersecurity expert, I think, is the challenge space that we have. We need to do that work somewhere, and we're not tooled to do it. And by the way, when I look around, again, at the other folks that I work with, that's not a Canadian problem. That is a global challenge in cybersecurity. When we were looking to build the cyber warrior cadre in the CAF, if I go back to kind of 2010 when we were starting, the question that we asked and what we were told is you are going to fail because there is no way that you can compete for talent in a world where Google struggles to compete for cybersecurity talent. And to be honest, that was true. So we took that on board and looked at what the strength of a military is, at what the strength of the Canadian Armed Forces is, and that is that in no domain inside the military do we expect to hire people that already have the skills that we need. We expect to build those competencies in the people that we hire. No one hires an infanteer who already knows how to do the job. In fact, that very concept is kind of scary. Modern militaries are really engines to build militaries. We leveraged those instincts inside the Canadian Armed Forces to adopt the model that says, yes, indeed, we do need a whole pile of cybersecurity novices, and we need to put in the effort to find work for them to do, even if we don't necessarily have work that they need to do. Why? Because we need cyber journeymen and we need cyber experts. Those are the people that really we require. Those are the ones that deliver the high-end effects, whether those are sort of the things you might imagine a cyber warrior would do, or frankly, the far more common day-to-day role of traditional cybersecurity activities. So I think what the CAF has managed to do, which is over the past 8 years, build some of those people. And I'll tell you that 8 years in from having recruited the first person who doesn't know anything about cyber to turn into a cyber expert, we're still not where we need to be. That path is 30 years long. How do you build someone with 30 years experience in 12 months with a big bag of gold? You don't. You don't. You accept that that isn't the model you're going to have to use. You are going to have to invest in developing a workforce, not just characterizing and hiring that workforce.
Can I ask a question on that?
Sure. Yeah, sure.
So our data absolutely reflects what you just said, and this was very eye-opening. So, and part of our recruitment campaigns, we run cyber recruitment campaigns all the time, and we fill these entry-level IT1 pools, and nobody wants to hire them. So going back to the if I had a bag of money question, is it about rapid development in a government context? Is that what's missing, or is it the actual lack of work at that level, or a combination of both?
Yeah, our route around that is a bit of a cheat because we have access to it, and that is by the time you are a trained entry-level cybersecurity expert, there are some options out there for you, and the government may not look that attractive. I'd say that there are inside government and even inside defense, there are some real challenges with a career path that looks compelling and desirable to people that show up. We've won our battles left of graduating from that cybersecurity college diploma, because we are recruiting folks who have an interest in taking a cybersecurity diploma program. And then once they're done, they're already in uniform. They serve with us for a few years, during which time we get to the second part of the problem, which is how do you continue to make that employment interesting and engaging and worthwhile? And that's where we're spending a whole bunch of effort. And again, not necessarily directly translatable, but in the military, I have a number of real advantages on that front where I can take a cybersecurity person with 4 years experience, deploy them to Latvia, and have them directly contribute to the defense of their country and the defense of an ally, sort of on the forward edge of the cyber fight. But I would say the lesson from that is you need to think through how cyber work is compelling and how you make it interesting. For some people, you don't need to do that. There are a ton of people in this room for whom cybersecurity has been your interest and your passion for your entire career, and nobody needed to put any effort into making it that way. I would suggest the numbers that you quote suggest that there aren't enough of you for whom that is true. I believe it's less about specific roles, et cetera, and more about how you stitch those together with a vision for how you develop an overall workforce.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree with all your points, because I'm sitting here just nodding my head with all these facts here. I agree. Traditional methods, we know that it doesn't work, right? In terms of years versus qualified skills-based, qualifications, right? Lack of retention strategy, right? So we're seeing from our survey from the Center of Excellence across organizations in Ontario, 57% of organizations are currently understaffed in cybersecurity. 55% of organizations are also losing staff. They're having challenges of retaining talent, right? And we understand the struggles, because I think for a long time in our cybersecurity strategies that usually within 3-year spurts, we focus so much on funding and seeking funding for incident response, building out, stronger, more mature programs, being up to speed with the private sector on our technologies and capabilities. But we haven't put too much of a priority when it comes to upskilling staff, right? And then we're seeing quite success, from the co-op internship program that I mentioned to, partnerships with the Catalyst and incubators and public-private collaborations, to successfully seeing that those opportunities that were given to people who had no cybersecurity experience now actually become, be in executive roles within the cybersecurity division in Ontario themselves. So that itself shows that, once you have a clear, I think, career path for folks who are entering cybersecurity, it helped us with retention, because we do evaluate this on an annual basis in terms of, how long have folks been around within the cybersecurity division, where did they come from, and where did they end up going when they did leave the cybersecurity division. So those are some really powerful stats that we really like to invest and look into, and having more constant, of course, performance plans to continue to motivate, staff within the team.
Thank you. One last question. I'm going to ask quick answers, because then we'll open up for the floor, and we're between these people and lunch, so I'm just conscious of that as well. So this is a I'm going to primarily government audience, go out on a limb. If there was one policy change, and Julia, I'm going to start with you, one thing that you would say, if we could have one little policy, and we kind of touched on things like, you know, is there a tax break for hiring juniors? Is there an apprenticeship? One sort of government policy, and kind of, we got federal and provincial here. What would it be for you if you had one option to have one policy done tomorrow?
That's a tough question, but it's also an easy one because we're actively working on that rollout of Bill 194, right? So that itself, that policy, that legislation that's rolled out and helps support broader public sector organizations as well as municipalities, especially with organizations who don't have CISOs, right? Now it forces you to implement even just the minimum viable cybersecurity programs and measures in place for organizations. And you're identifying that education and awareness and streamlining a lot of the capacity issues that we've been constantly hearing. So we're doing a one-stop shop, and really the bill focuses on, and what my team's going to be rolling out is maturity assessments, incident response, and an education awareness customized package for the needs and challenges of organizations. So we're proactively doing that now, and I think, you know, in the coming weeks, we will have an active forum that's going to be open to anybody here to actually be involved to provide input into this bill.
Thank you. Dave, we'll go back around if you want.
Oh, okay, sure. I obviously live in a very different policy space. Probably the one area that we are focused on but need to put more effort into is, from a defensive perspective, how do we better leverage the workforce that exists to get after the broader interests of Canada? In our particular case, that's rethinking things like the reserves and part-time service.
Liz.
Yeah, that might be sort of connected to that. So I'm going back to one of the items I mentioned earlier around the need for policy or mechanisms for mobility. So the actual tools in order to move the right talent at the right time to address the right problem. And that could be for retention issues, for skilling issues, or for actual deployment to where you have really significant issues that are going on. It's not done through collaboration, it's not done through cooperation, and it's not done because it's the right thing to do. I think we need to have the policy mechanisms to force that.
Thank you. Okay, we'll open up to the floor. If there's any hand already up, questions, 2, 3.
Hello again, thank you. I think if I had to answer the last question, I'd say fast-track immigration would be part of the answer to that. The reason I'm mentioning this, 3 years ago, I was tasked in building the Quantum Innovation Center that is now standing in Sherbrooke. I had to hire 160 PhD postdoc level, and the total number of graduates in Canada at that time was less than 50 people. So that means I had 3 years of runway if I wanted Canadian alone to be working, and that is if I captured 100% of everyone graduating in Canada. So when we went to the path of hiring people with PhDs in quantum and very, very specialized things and trying to hire them, yeah, Google was there and they would get, because of money, most of them, but speed was the #1 problem. So we could not go through the visa application just knowing if that person was eligible in a less than a 90-day time frame, and confronted with like what Germany, France, and the US were doing, they would do it in less than 2 weeks. So I think that policy change would completely change the highly technical skills that we have in Canada.
Thank you. Next question. Gentleman here.
Good morning. Chris here. I spent 30 years plus in the Canadian Armed Forces, just retired relatively recently. I was involved with hiring process, either military or public servant and whatnot. If I had to answer or offer a piece of solution for you, especially for the government of Canada, is the hiring process. When you have someone that apply for 10, 15, 20, 25 pools, doesn't have an answer, that person is forced to look elsewhere. So you mentioned, I don't know which one was saying, 1 of 6 position is empty. A part of it is the hiring process is way too long. So all of a sudden, private sector becomes a little bit more interesting because they have a need, they need to fix that need, and they're hiring people. So that's one aspect that I would offer. Policies for that aspect needs to be streamlined a little bit. I understand classification issues and stuff, totally get it, but the process are too long, I would think. End of comment.
Can I respond to that one? Yeah. So I mentioned briefly earlier the Government of Canada Digital Talent Platform. Depending on when you retired, you might not have seen it. For those that are interested in employment in any of the digital spaces in federal government, I highly recommend you check it out, because we built that platform through the testing of specific HR practice, tested the hypotheses of can we do better, because the time to staff in government, in federal government, is absolutely atrocious. And as you know, in highly sought after areas, that's the #1 turnoff. So in this digital talent platform, we've got over 40,000 private and public sector, over 50% private sector that have built profiles. It's skills-based, it's a one-time in, and then you apply for specific processes, leveraging the platform and the profiles you've already built. So that is to address exactly those concerns that you've talked about. And now it's a matter of rinse and repeat. We've recently layered on top an extra portal for D&D, specifically recognizing their massive recruitment challenges that are ongoing, so that we can have a specific portal that just identifies their needs. That's a huge issue.
Thank you. Any other questions? Go.
Yeah. Sorry. Just want to step to the side. Thank you. Thank you, Major General and the rest of you. So one of the things you had mentioned, Major General, is about the apprentices as well as the experienced, and the difference there. I have an apprenticeship mindset because I used to handle a lot of, I'm an SME in apprenticeships until it took over Skill Trades Ontario had taken over it. One of the questions that automatically my mind goes into that, is there a possibility that we have this apprenticeship kind of a program, because I don't see anything in this world where this is concerned, cybersecurity, computers, that we get this talent, the youngsters, they're very young, get them started and nurture them, and I'm just throwing an idea out there. So we retain them and we have the sustenance, we sustain these people, the youngsters in this kind of a program. If there were ever an apprenticeship program to be developed, and not just a computer thing in a degree in a college or whatever, they can always graduate for that. Yeah. Just your comments, any one of you.
So I guess I would say that's sort of the de facto non-commissioned member model within the Canadian Armed Forces, and that we have absolutely leveraged that to build cybersecurity talent. Now, the baseline skill set to be safe on a network doing cybersecurity is, roughly speaking, a college diploma in our experience. But we deliberately hire people with that level of skill. We bring them in as privates. We don't use the language apprentice, journeyman, master, but de facto that exists within our system, and has for a very long time. And I will tell you, it works for cybersecurity talent.
Yeah, we understand a lot of the challenges there. So in terms of education awareness, we start with the K-12, right? And that's what we're developing right now with the Minister of Education. We're launching it on and hoping to see this implemented in today's curriculum in the next few years. It's a slower implementation. Again, this is public sector. But in terms of, we don't really use the term apprenticeships. We have internships from post-secondary to our master's program. What a misconception that we see that is, when we're rolling out internships for cybersecurity, people automatically say, I don't have an engineering background. I don't have a pinky ring. And that's what they tell me. So that's not the case, right? And this is why we've developed multiple roles underneath and different levels of our internships, from communications advisors to SOC analysts to business analysts within our team, right? So I think that's one of those challenges and misconceptions. But the second key challenge that we're finding within the HR process is, yes, it is quite a long process. We're very risk adverse, in good and bad ways, right? In terms of bad ways is we're not, getting the talent as quickly as we'd like, but we're also hearing the challenge of, security clearances. For, new graduates who have zero to little skills or experience to get a security clearance to even work in our 24/7 SOC. Or, the manager would be saying, well, there's a lot of sensitive data here and we can't trust anyone without a security clearance. Well, that's going to take another 6 to 9 months before they can even be onboarded, and their co-op program is going to be completed by then.
Yeah, I did have a question on security clearances, but I paused that because it's kind of clearly a subject we're all twitch on. I think we've got time for two more. Okay. Gentleman here at the front. Oh, sorry. Go on. Sorry.
Hi. Liz, I think my question is directed toward you. You said, how do we better leverage the workforce that exists, particularly in the government? And I know many of the public servants in this room can attest to the fact that we often have to push for ourselves, for our own development. We have to leverage our own PMAs. We have to push for acting roles, et cetera, et cetera. And now in this current WFA environment, a lot of HR is holding back those usual avenues for development and learning and doing other jobs. What would you say to sort of putting the onus on middle managers to identify talent on their team that they might be sort of holding back deliberately because of their own agendas?
I think the onus belongs on everyone. I actually think that the onus belongs on the most senior executives to identify that this is not the time to reduce learning budgets, to be reducing time spent on learning. That is actually the opposite. The onus is on managers for identifying learning opportunities for their employees, ensuring that they have the learning paths and the tools. But I also think there's a huge emphasis on employees as well. What is available to you and how do you carve out the time to do that? Recognizing that that's not always the easy thing to do, but that includes having discussions with your management to enable what that can look like, and recognizing that learning is not the way it used to be, right? It can be a snippet of as you're having a coffee in the morning, reading articles versus hardcore, going away for a number of months for training. There's learning in all sorts of difference and practical on the job learning as well. So I think the accountability falls everywhere. My accountability is making sure that public servants understand the tools that are available to them. Because within our teams at Treasury Board OCIO, we're working to make sure that we have easy to learn learning paths, especially in cybersecurity, but leveraging funding such as through the negotiated agreement with the PIPS IT union that means that departments don't have to worry about their budgets. We're going through a period of fiscal constraint. This too shall pass, but having to have that distribution of funding requirements at the departmental levels means that it's always going to be the first thing that disappears. So if you centralize that and you put the onus and some skin in the game with the unions, then there's more chance that you're going to have a consistency and a recognition of that importance.
Thanks, Liz. One, then two.
I guess second last. Question for Major General Yarker. Do you see are there any commonalities that make the best cybersecurity specialists? Like, are they gamers in their, private life? Do they come from a STEM background? Like, have you seen some commonalities in the best talent?
Yes, and I'll share two perspectives. I'll share the CAF perspective, and then I'll share the broader global perspective. So the number one criteria that makes good cyber operators inside the CAF today is interest. It's got nothing to do with gaming. It's got nothing to do with STEM. It's got very little to do with any other sort of criteria. It's interest and passion and an ability to learn. There's some other things that we look for. Communication skills matter if you're going to do things in a military context, but it is the people that taught themselves that do better every time. And I guess what I would say is I'll just share an example again from another one of these militaries that has the advantage of being able to test everyone that comes out of high school. And what they tested for was algorithmic thinking. In fact, they deliberately did not test for current knowledge and skills of computing, and they found themselves with a very different set of people. They found themselves radically different than those who had self-selected as an interest in cybersecurity, who do overwhelmingly come from gamers and STEM type backgrounds.
Thank you. Last question.
MPP Sharif Sabawi was the PA for the Minister of Labor, Immigration, and Skills Development. From my background, 39 years in IT, and an IT professor in George Brown teaching technology, I don't think we have a very good chance to compete with private sector in regards to money. If they need the talent, they will offer the sky. It's not going to take more than 24 hours to acquire any skill. They think it's needed. I've seen that. I worked for Cisco, worked for Motorola. In some cases, especially in Cisco, when I was in the voice over IP, we hired the head of Nortel firmware development for the BBXs in 24 hours. So there is no way to put that as a competing point. But the point which we have in hand now, I think it's a one-time opportunity because of the spending of the army is going to go because of the NATO more spending policies, which will force government to put more money into that. And the talents, we have lots of IT people who might not be exactly in the right skill set, but they are available in the market. Why don't we put any programs which, back to my point, you can't compete with them, but you can enlarge the pool. Like if you have 50 people, they will maybe pick 2, but there are 48 left. So this is the point. We need to enlarge the pool, and that could be by doing any paid training, like we offer the pay the training for the IT guys, especially with the job market now. There is a good opportunity to hire them even in an auxiliary forces or auxiliary positions where we can train them and pick the right talents from them. There's many professions do this training for licensing kind of thing. So you get 2 years of internship, but you have to serve for 5 years. That kind of thing can enable us to train people, have a bigger pool, pick the more talents, scouting the right ones. One of the also points you said, the interest is the key word. We need to work in creating some workforce, which is actually looked at as this is the top of the top in security, and that have to be coming from the Army or the Federal, where people who have interest in security, the guys who spend their 2-3 years trying to hack on the Pentagon just for the glory of being recognized as such, we need to find those guys, we need to enlighten them and inspire them to join because they are joining the elite of the elite, especially that the Army can offer them not the diploma in George Brown or any other technology, but hands-on in real hackers like cybersecurity world, which they'll never see even if they stayed in the standard industry for years. You have lots of insights. You can get some experts to train them in a different level than what they are going to get through universities or colleges, and having career after that. When I used to work for Cisco and Motorola, majority of the top-notch engineering, ex-military, ex-Air Force, ex-cyber. So they are needed in the market. We train them, we take some of their expertise for years, then they go in the market with very high price because they have the name recognition in their CVs.
Thank you. Okay, that wraps it up. I'd like to thank Major General Yalka, Liz, and Julia for attending the panel and giving us a share of all their experience and knowledge. So thanks very much, guys. Appreciate the participation.
Thank you.
Alrighty, so this final panel is really all about teamwork, and that's a theme that multiple panelists and speakers have touched on today, because teamwork forms the foundation of Canada's national security strategy and Canadian society. No government in Canada thinks they can build cybersecurity resiliency alone. Topics of cybersecurity must be at the forefront of engagements with federal stakeholders, provinces and territories, and Indigenous communities to better represent cybersecurity needs across the country. The challenges are very real, so teamwork is really, really important. Our following panel will touch on these topics: how Canada is perceived by our peers when it comes to our cybersecurity resiliency and industry, what is working, what isn't, and how Canadians can work together to achieve our goals. Leading this panel will be Robert Gordon, who is a strategic advisor for the Canadian Cyber Threat Exchange. CCTX is Canada's private sector organization for the sharing and analysis of cyber threat information and enabling collaboration across all sectors. Prior to this, he was the director of global cybersecurity at CGI and also enjoyed a long and successful career in the federal government. That included being the architect of Canada's first cybersecurity strategy, which I noted. We also have Jordan Zed, Senior Assistant Secretary to Cabinet, AI Secretariat, Privy Council Office. Before joining PCO, Jordan served as Assistant Secretary in the Foreign and Defense Policy Secretariat, supporting 2 cabinet committees. He was also Director General of the External and Trade Policy Branch at Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada, where he focused on international AI collaboration. We also have Sharif Sabaway, Parliamentary Assistant to the Minister of Labour, Immigration, Training and Skills Development for the Province of Ontario. Before this role, Sharif served as Parliamentary Assistant to Ontario's Minister of Public and Business Service Delivery from 2003 to 2024, where he led many initiatives related to cybersecurity, including Ontario's cyber legislation, Bill 194. And we also have Sammy Curry, Senior Official for Cybersecurity for the Government of Canada. In this role, Sammy provides cybersecurity expert advice and guidance to deputy ministers and senior officials across the Government of Canada. Previous to this, Sammy was head of the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity. Nope, it's not Nicholas anymore. Bob, over to you.
Thank you. Are we on?
You guys flick it on, yeah. There you go.
This is a technology panel, and the first test is I've failed it. So I almost feel bad sort of starting the panel up because it was such a great vibration going on over lunchtime on the networking part. So the teamwork and the collaboration was certainly occurring in the room. One of the things I'd like to try and do sort of through our session this afternoon is keep this a little informal. So I'll be asking some questions, and the panelists will be obviously answering those or providing their thoughts on it. But if there's comments or questions that you've got as we're going along, rather than waiting till the end and getting lost, sort of feel free to jump in and ask questions or contribute to the dialogue, the discussion as we're going on. Because on some of these topics, I would suggest that there's people in this room that would certainly know a heck of a lot more than I do and have been working in this space for a long time, so we can benefit from your knowledge. We've been talking this morning about things like innovation in the workforce. You know, how do we incentivize industry? We've talked about partnerships and leadership and that sort of thing. And certainly quantum is there, and then the intersection of quantum and AI, and then how do you intersect that with cybersecurity and the talent side. So we've covered the waterfront. This afternoon, what we're going to do is try and take that to a different level and start to talk about, okay, how do we actually do it? What are some of the considerations? Where are we going, and how are we relating both federal, provincial level, and how are we relating with our allies, and I'd say allies, but competitors out there as well. So I think before we get into the questions, perhaps it'd be worthwhile if we start off with each of you sort of position yourself in the discussion, because I think that's an important part of this conversation, so the audience gets an idea of the different perspectives and where you're coming from. So Sharif, if I start off with you.
Thank you very much. I will position myself as a politician, but I have interest. I like what Liz said, that the biggest motivation, either in cybersecurity or any technology, is the people who have passion about it. So because of my background in IT, I have the passion for that. And I've been talking too many times in the caucus in regards to raising awareness of how important is us to be ahead at least one step. Otherwise, we would be in a bad position. So that's my position. Thank you.
Jordan.
Great. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate being here and the opportunity to share with you a bit of the perspective of the federal government of Canada, at least from my perch, which is the AI Secretariat. Now it says Privy Council Office, and we just moved actually to the Innovation, Science and Economic Development Department to support Minister Solomon as our new and and first AI minister. So happy to kind of speak to where we are on the journey of Canada's leadership, some of the international partnerships pieces and collaboration across the country, because I think you're quite right. We're not grappling with this alone. We are very much navigating next steps together, but I think there has been a pretty significant emphasis on AI in this government. So happy to kind of unpack where we are, what the key elements and priorities are, and how to work together to navigate the next period of time. So thanks for having me.
Sammy.
Thanks, Bob, and thanks, Kevin, for including me on this panel. So I talk to you from the other perch within the federal government, which is the cybersecurity perch, having spent the last 30 years at CSE, and bring that expertise of both intelligence and cybersecurity, and as the previous head of the Cyber Center, emphasize the importance of not just investing in cybersecurity, but doing it in a way that is collaborative and partnerships at all levels. So whether it's within the federal family, at the provincial and territorial, with businesses, and internationally. And I hope to unpack many of these ideas as we go through the panel, and where we bring some strength and where we might have a bit of work to do ahead of us.
Thanks, Sammy. And I think that sets up sort of the first question quite nicely, and that is sort of, how do Canada's allies or competitors perceive us? What do they see as strengths and weaknesses? And sort of, therefore, where are we in a continuum of cybersecurity? Sammy, you laid it open, so turn it back to you.
So I love the title of this event as, from strategy to superpower, because I feel and I know that we are a cyber superpower on all aspects of cyber, on the defensive side and maybe even on the operation side. And I've heard it said from many of our allies that Canada punches above its weight. So we're well recognized, maybe because of our size, because of our agility, because of our innovation mindset, that forces us to think in a certain way and to innovate in cyber in ways that maybe some of our biggest or some of our bigger partners don't have that flexibility. So we're well recognized, in terms of not just in the capabilities that we develop, in the analytical mindset, and in our partnership approach with the private sector for things like Geek Week and Big Dig, are two big events that everybody sort of blocks their calendar almost a year ahead of time just to participate. But I think that we're very well respected by our international partner, and we are growing that stable of international partners, because we recognize that it's not just the Five Eyes, but we need all the friends we can get out there if we want to make a dent in the cybersecurity challenges that we have.
Maybe I can just add to that a couple of things. I agree with everything that Sammy said. One interesting thing about the world in which we find ourselves now is I happened to be in a previous role supporting the Prime Minister at a G7 in Japan. And there was a very set agenda. For those of you who have been involved in some of these multilateral contexts, a lot of it is pre-cooked and worked up well in advance, with a couple of exceptions. And one of the sessions ended up focusing very much on cyber and AI. Unexpectedly, it wasn't really meant to dominate the discussion. And it kind of was a moment to me in which leaders, even if they had planned on focusing on other things, were kind of thrust into the reality of what's in the public domain, which are the immense economic opportunities, but balanced with that against some of the concerns and deep fakes, election interference, all of these pieces, and very much as part of the consciousness of the last year for Canadians, seeing the public inquiry. What are the pitfalls? How can we be more aware, frankly, of what's happening around us, and how can we be more effective at mitigating some of these risks? And at the same time, to go to your initial question, Canada is looked to very much in the space, in cyber, in AI, as a leader. And I will say, from a research point of view, very much at the forefront. Joshua Bengio, Jeffrey Hinton, these are the names that we know very well in Canada in the AI world. Hinton recently awarded the Nobel Prize. But there's real opportunity to get to, let's say, a richer, more advanced, more mature space. So an incredible history of and depth on the research side, but how do we carry that forward, both in terms of the economic opportunity, but also in the risk mitigation side? I do think that Canada has a special place, for example, in navigating safety and security and helping to bridge some of the divides that we see geopolitically, where there might be differences of approach, south of the border versus Europe and Asia. We can be a bridge builder, and I think at our best as Canadians, that's what we can and should do.
Of course, I'm not federal, so I wouldn't be able to talk about how Canada is been looked at, but I just want to say something. I think we have here in Canada and Ontario especially, we have the talents, the brains, but we, as governments like provincial and federally, we couldn't entertain those skill set and retain them and make use of that to prosper our economy. When I used to work for Cisco, 40% of the top engineers in Cisco in San Jose are Canadians, because the people who have talent, they get offered, they leave. So I think we have very strong engineering, we have strong skill set, we have strong brains, innovation and everything, but we need to maybe do a better job. And how can we deploy this? How can we make it lucrative for them to stay within the country? And I think that like maybe that was okay before. Now with all the tariffs and things going with Trump, I think it's not okay. We need to work our talents. We need to give them opportunities. We need to make use of them. And I think Canada can be internationally like the spearhead of the cybersecurity and AI, not only because of the talents, but because Canada is envisioned internationally, as an immigrant myself, as a peaceful country. They don't have an agenda. We can work with them. We can make good business with them. Many of the countries available in that market now, they look at it as like, what do you want from us? Is it safe to open and do business with them and they will know everything about us? Especially the south side of the borders. So I think we are in Canada is very well positioned to develop that skills, to develop that repetition, and to deploy that worldwide to be one of the neutral forces which work for the good of everybody. Thank you.
I think I'm hearing from all three of you some really powerful messages for Canada, where we are, our position. But I hear just a slight undercurrent. There are some challenges out there. And so are there some specific things or areas where we could do some improvement? Are we moving fast enough on some of these things?
In the work side, like I'll talk about Ontario, we offered SDF, which is a skills development fund, which is enabling lots of private sector to get grants to upskill their internal skills, because we know, we understand that it's easier to buy skill than develop it. Companies would go out and buy the right skill and fire their own people who don't have the skill. So the SDF fund was tailored, was designed to help companies to retain their employees, and we will pay for their training or give them grant to upskill their skills to stay on job. Are we moving fast? We don't know what fast is. Like we do as fast as we can. We don't know if it's enough or not. But in the cybersecurity piece, just for example, with all this talents, IT trained guys in the market, unemployed, we have an opportunity to offer any program which can take those guys and prepare them to be cybersecurity guys. And of course, raising awareness, as you said, raising awareness is a key thing, because you don't know what you don't know. Like, people don't understand the threat. They don't understand how they are exposed. They don't understand that this is not an optional. This is a mandatory thing. Otherwise, they could lose their houses, they could lose their money, they could lose their cars, they could lose their lots of things. Thank you.
Maybe I would just add, I think when we're talking about challenges, the biggest is the pace of change of the technology. Because just as we wrap our arms around and can understand a latest series of threats or risks, there's a whole new onslaught of threats and risks. So I think it's, and working in the federal government, as we know, we're not always lightning speed at wrapping our arms around these. On the other hand, there are pockets of real expertise and depth, and cyber is definitely one of them, as Sammy alluded to. But I think part of it, especially in the world of AI, is, as we're contemplating, artificial general intelligence happening much sooner than people might have expected. What are the ways in which we as a country can do what we need to do to mitigate some of those risks? So that includes looking at regulatory measures and striking the right balance so that we're not stifling innovation, especially in a world where our neighbors to the south are kind of unbridled in that respect. Not in the same world that we were in the previous administration that did have a pretty significant regulatory focus. But how do we balance the need for that with where there are opportunities, but at the same time reassure the public that we serve that there is an understanding and there's a path to mitigating some of these risks effectively over time, even as quickly as they change, that we're agile enough working with the private sector. And I think that's really key, is building partnerships between government and private sector, multi-stakeholder partnerships, to enable us to move more quickly and respond to some of the new threats that we see. For example, agentic AI, the notion that people can tell their AI to do a certain set of actions and then come back and those actions will have been completed. There's a whole slew of risks and opportunities in that space, but we're just now starting to grapple with, well, what does that actually mean when things go wrong? If you've bought something and there's an agent on the other side who isn't who they claimed that they were, and then you're into a transaction that you never intended because the other side was deceptive. That's new ground we're all grappling with now. So I think being able to be agile and working together with the leading edge of our ability, including in private sector, like the Coheres of the world, where it's our only LLM in Canada. What can we be doing to champion our champions like Cohere and others so that we, in partnership with them, can navigate some of these risks?
In terms of challenges, we have lots of challenges, but I'd like to take stock of where we are in 2025 and recognize that I tend to be an optimist, so I will say we have made progress. So if I look back over the years where we've come from, we are in a better place today. But are we moving at a pace that is commensurate with the evolution of challenges out there? I would say barely. So we have to do better, and every opportunity is a call to action, is a call to say we need to do better, because the challenge is that those challenges unfortunately are piling up. It's one thing to deal with cybersecurity. Now we have AI to contend with, and I look at it from the perspective of not the opportunities that they bring, but the challenges, the technical challenges that we have in how do we deploy it securely. So now we add to cybersecurity, we add AI, and then we have quantum coming around the corner. And every one of those challenges is additive to the previous one, will require investment, will require focus. So there is no such thing as mission accomplished. We've nailed cybersecurity. No, you have not nailed cybersecurity. We have not nailed cybersecurity, and we still have our work cut out for us. So yes, we need to absolutely deal with cybersecurity today, because tomorrow we'll have to deal with the AI challenges of harnessing that power without the risk of it being turned against us or being used by adversaries in a malicious way. And also we need to prepare for the rollout of quantum cryptography. And all of that from a planning perspective is a nightmare. And you can imagine that for procurement, we don't want to wait till day -1 and start putting our purchase orders in, because there's only so much supply out there. And we have limited capacity in Canada today to meet that supply. So we have to rely on international suppliers to meet some of that demand. So we have time, maybe some runway to develop some Canadian capacity, but that all required planning. And I think at the Cyber Center, we often say, now is not the time to panic, now is the time to plan. The time to panic will come, hopefully not anytime soon, but it's kind of being in the mindset of a call to action to say, please don't wait till tomorrow. If you can deal with cybersecurity today, deal with it today, because the pace of innovation on the good side, but also the pace of innovation on the bad side, on the threat actor, is at times very impressive. Like we've seen malicious actors do things in cyber that frankly are head scratching. They're like, wow, we didn't think that they would be able to do that, and they've done it. So as much as we say we have the smartest people in Canada, I would say there's also very smart people in the dark web thinking in a very malicious way and coming up with things that are really giving us a run for our money.
So looking at the audience, are any of you at the panic stage, or are you still with me and the rest of the panel, and we're still on the positive stage? So is there anyone, I mean, with private sector, academia here, governments, do you agree with the panel? Do you disagree? Are you really panicking? Think about that, and then as we move along to the next little bit, raise a question. Got a question at the back?
It's on? Okay. Thank you very much, panel. Eliane Guindon from Corelight. From an improvement perspective, I see twofold, if I may. One is engaging with industry, understanding what's out there from a cybersecurity. It moves so quickly, and I feel that that has been very difficult from a public sector in general, and that comes into the procurement side because they're afraid to meet with you because of procurement rules. And procurement isn't up to par with how cybersecurity works in the industry. So both of those areas intertwine between the two of each other. And that, I feel, is very stifling in order for us to have a strong cybersecurity practice.
Sure. I can comment maybe on the first element. So the Cyber Center was stood up in 2018, and sadly, 7 years later, there are still people who tell me, we didn't know that the Cyber Center existed. So partly is on us to be more out there, to be more, more visible in terms of the Cyber Center and what the Cyber Center can offer. And also, there is, I would say, a trust deficit generally with government, and specifically when it comes to cyber sharing information with us. So how do we get a company to disclose the fact that they've suffered a cyber breach and trust that we will hold that information in confidence? We're getting better. So we are, if I look at the numbers in terms of how many partners we had 5 years ago versus how many partners we have today, absolutely the numbers are going the right direction. The industry is coming together too, so it's not just the Cyber Center as the recipient. I know, the telecommunication sector come together in CSTAC, the energy sector comes together in ESTAC, and amongst themselves, they recognize that they have a shared benefit to exchanging information, but it's also building that trust before an incident happened, because during an incident, the last thing on your mind is I don't have time for you. So events like this and others where we get to know each other, we exchange business cards, and we can have a conversation to build trust would be absolutely amazing. Procurement is a challenge, I will admit. I might steer away from that conversation to say, yes, moving at the speed of cyber is very challenging and maybe conflicting with the idea of government procurement. There are things happening downtown, or we are downtown, so there are things happening on that side, but I don't know that it's a bit too early to see the fruits of some of those conversations.
Yeah, no, I agree, Sammy. I think we do have a new Minister of Government Transformation who's also going to be focusing on exactly the point that you raised. And to be honest, as we meet with industry, and we meet quite frequently with them, I would say multiple times a week, sometimes every single day, different parts of industry and civil society, procurement does come up a lot. It's one of the first things I would say, that and talent and skills tend to come up quite a lot. So I do think there's some important planning underway, and I think the next few months will be really critical around how to accelerate procurement. And I think the layer now on top of that is the notion of build Canadian sovereign, AI sovereign, digital capabilities, and kind of including that and incorporating that into our thinking around procurement in the current context. So I think, you know, as Sammy said, time will tell, but absolutely you raised one of the number one issues that we hear, and I do know that colleagues and political level are working on that, and hopefully over the coming months we'll see some developments on that front.
Sammy, you raised an interesting question, and that's the whole issue of trust and cyber. I mean, we talk about cyber as being a technology issue, but at the really beginning of it, it's a people-to-people issue. The technology, I would argue, is the easiest part of it. So how do we build that trust? How do we move it forward? What can we do to augment it? Are there rules? Are there practices? How do we get more people involved in creating that trust environment?
You can't regulate trust. It has to be earned. So and how do you earn trust? By sort of talking, by being out there, by sharing a meal or sharing a drink with somebody that you're developing, you're nurturing that relationship. So and that's how you develop trust, so that when something bad happens, they say, oh yeah, I'll call Sammy or I'll call Jordan and we'll sort it out. I mean, this is how you build trust. Otherwise, we are a form on a website, right? So you want to report an incident, there is a form on the cyber.gc.ca website. You can report an incident, but I don't think that's trust. It's sort of, I'm sharing something with you. Maybe it's helpful, maybe it isn't. Trust is when we get called into a cyber incident, maybe at T+5, and we are right there on the ground with the team, shoulder to shoulder, looking at the keyboard, looking at the screen, and understanding what's happening. And there's been some great examples of those. Also, trust is not to betray that trust by being out there, thumping our chest by saying, hey, we helped this company or we helped that company. It's absolutely extremely rare, I would say, that I or Rajiv or any of my colleagues would be out there naming companies unless we get called out by them for the help that we provided. So the one I can comment on, because we have been named publicly, is the Newfoundland incident of 2021. They wrote a report, we helped them. They wrote a report, acknowledging the report that we were there mitigating the incident with them. But otherwise, I will never be out there spilling the beans on any cyber incident. We at best will say we're aware of the incident and we don't comment. So you have to earn the trust, and you have to continue to nurture it, and you have to continue to develop it. But I would say one more thing is that often trust, there's 40 million Canadians, there's over 1 million small, medium businesses. It's very difficult to invest in that one-on-one relationships with everybody. So how do you use other bodies as amplifiers of that trust? I work with the Ontario government. They trust me. I trust them. They work with, the Transport Authority in Toronto or with the airport. Like, essentially, you cascade that level of trust so that you recognize that if the need be, they can say, oh yeah, we trust these guys in Ottawa, or we trust this organization in Saskatchewan, and go ahead and work with them. So I think that's how I would say the trust challenge that we have ahead of us.
Maybe I can just speak to the AI perspective on this. So I think one of the interesting things about trust in an AI context is you can't pursue the economic opportunity without in tandem pursuing security and safety. And I think that's critical to building public trust, is demonstrating that as you're pursuing all of these opportunities, and some of them are quite significant, we hear government speaking a lot about increased productivity, increased efficiency, and we see it in the private sector in spades. Some would say maybe not being adopted as quickly as some might have predicted, but be that as it may, huge opportunity. I think the trust piece comes in when you demonstrate that in parallel, we are working really closely to advance our understanding and the ways in which we're mitigating some of the safety issues that are coming to the fore, including like synthetic content or distortions that create mis and disinformation that could lead to weakening of democratic institutions, as we've seen, all across the globe. And I think as people who care about how our institutions navigate this particular moment, it's really important that we understand that in some cases people are very concerned about and distrustful of the institutions that are the bedrock of our democracy. So I think we have to be able to demonstrate what we're doing in parallel to mitigate some of the risks. And like the Safety Institute that Minister Champagne, when he was in that previous role on AI, built, I think is a good example. It's not sexy, it's not very high profile, but basically researchers have built a network, and it's not just limited to Canadians, and it's a safety network that's looking at things like synthetic content, like risk mitigation, safety in an AI context. And those networks, I think, are really important, bringing researchers and private sector and governments together often to navigate some of these issues at the same time. So I think those can really make a difference. And then I think the final thing I would say about trust is literacy and education. We do have, and I know you touched on this, Sammy, is we need to do a better job of making people feel that they're equipped to deal with and use the tools appropriately. And when they're not being used appropriately, that they have some means of navigating what's real and what's not. I think, like, for example, in the government, we launched last year an executive accelerator program, because what we found is people at the top of, leading government departments may not even be aware of the tools at their disposal or some of the risks at their disposal. So ensuring that people at all levels have an awareness and an understanding of the opportunities and the risks is extremely important. And that includes leaders at the top, but also people starting an organization. So making those journeys not one size fits all, but adapted to where you are and where you find yourself, I think is an important way to navigate and build public trust as well.
Again, like in my opinion, of course, the trust is a major part of that, but I would like to maybe take the discussion in a little bit different angle. All the big corporations, the banks, they have security departments, they have security officers, they have guys who can look into cybersecurity and monitor what's going on the network and intrusion detections and all kind of tools which help them to even identify that there is a breach. While I would say 90% of the business, which is small businesses, they don't have in-house cyber specialists, they don't have access, and they don't have the knowledge even to recognize that they are hacked. In many cases, when I trace some of the hacks, I find it's coming from a clinic, and the clinic have been hacked, and they're using their server to hack other sites without even the knowledge of the people who own that. Like, they don't see it, they don't recognize it, they don't have any expertise to know about it, and it's going on for God knows how long until it got nailed down. So I think the question which we might have to think about, how can the government maybe, I wouldn't say regulate stuff which like enforce something like that, because it will add cost on those small businesses, is going to be a burden. But as much as having some tools available to those businesses to use to check their status, or to discover, or to alert them, notify them there's some breach happened. Some sort of tools might not be very expensive with a monthly fee or whatever, then they can have some security oversight from people who can understand that. And weird enough, some of the businesses prefer to have some automated tools than talking to somebody, because they know that the tool is not going to speak, but somebody can say something to the media or whatever, then they got into troubles. But now there's some change, some weird change. Like last week, I was sitting in a coffee shop and two guys are talking to each other. They're trying to use AI, like ask ChatGPT kind of thing. And they're trying to form a question and say like, no. Don't say your name, because he will add it to the database and your name will come up when somebody else search. And that was the funniest thing I heard. I laughed for quite some time about that. Like the people start suspecting even the automated tool that it could not be very safe to say your name for the ChatGPT. So this is just my thought.
I mean, that's a really interesting point, Sharif, that you're raising about sort of what's the role for government in this when they're trying to help it. I mean, one of the things we've seen in the last couple of years, sort of certainly at the provincial and federal level, governments passing regulations or legislation relating to critical infrastructure, usually critical infrastructure. And we heard from Colin this morning that most of critical infrastructure is either owned or operated by somebody other than government. So, I mean, there's a role in there for governments as they're going through. Are there any lessons learned from either at the provincial level that you can share up into the government, as we've got some federal legislation coming through? I would argue you're a little ahead of the federal government in putting the legislation through. But what can we learn from that? And then the follow-up will then be for the federal government, sort of, okay, how are you going to then take that and try to put that into the system? But Sharif.
Two things. I have to explain first how government think. Like I'm coming from outside government, I'm an IT guy, and I figured out, took me some time to understand how the government think. There's no experts in the government for any aspect of medical or education or health or information. They are collecting the feedback, they are collecting the inputs from businesses, from the sectors. The sectors are the experts of their vertical. Like when I talk about any item, agricultural or other, I don't know, like the government doesn't know. But the people who are into this business, they know. It's up to them to bring those challenges to us and suggest solutions, and then we can work it out. So we get the stakeholders and try to understand, if we did this, what's the effect? If we did that, what's the effect? So that helps us at the end of the day to come up with something, cover all the basis of things. When the public are not aware of the threat, who's going to talk to the government about it? So that's where a forum like this is very important, because ahead of the time you are speaking about something, we don't see it yet, but it might be coming soon. The business will start crying when it hit them. They are not going to see it when it's coming in 2 years. They will see it when it happened. So that's why we are working very hard to listen to groups, researchers, think tankers, to come up with something ahead of the time to make sure that we don't try to solve it when it already hit the market, kind of thing.
Maybe I could share a couple of thoughts about where, and you're right, other jurisdictions at the provincial level are very often further along than the federal government. So there is a lot to learn in the digital and AI spaces in particular. Like, two things I would say. One is, I do think this is a special moment for collaboration at all levels of government. I think there is a sense of momentum around collaboration on a whole bunch of fronts, including under the broad rubric of, building in any number of ways, be it in the context of housing or in the context of infrastructure, more generally, including in AI infrastructure. Like the first week that we were supporting Minister Solomon back at Innovation, Science and Economic Development, I found myself in day after day of meetings about data centers, like what's Canada's advantage and opportunity in the data center space as part of our conversation about how do we support and advance infrastructure? What are the next steps in ensuring, because of the voracious appetite of many of the hyperscalers, but also AI needs in Canada, what's Canada's part of that solution? And what we realized is many jurisdictions have mapped out their needs in precise detail about what they can offer, what their energy availabilities are, what their own needs are provincially, and how they can corral and work together with private sector to build what needs to be built. So I think there's a lot for us to learn from a lot of jurisdictions there, but the needs are very, very significant. And I think what we want to try to do is think about, well, what is the role of the federal government in incentivizing these projects to be built in a way that reflects our values as much as possible, that ensures that whatever is built is sustainable, and that we're pursuing these projects in a way that respects the different interests of within our communities, that sort of thing. So a lot of provinces are navigating all of that in tandem. So we have a lot to learn and a lot to coordinate with them around, what's the federal piece of that? What can we be learning from provinces that have in some cases already pursued many of these projects? And how can we do this in a way that reflects and balances the various interests of Canadians?
Maybe another dimension to add to that conversation is that so the federal government doesn't have the answer to all things cyber. We know a lot at the Cyber Center, especially when it comes to things like nation-state activity. So it's on us to be able to issue the alert, the advisories, the flashes in a timely way to warn Canadians or to warn Canadian organizations. We also sometimes reach out on things, pre-ransomware notification. So if we are aware of a company or an organization being hit, we will reach out and say, by the way, there is chatter about you being an upcoming victim, or maybe somebody already on your network. You might want to go and look. We have a threat feed that companies can subscribe to and ingest within their, so that's an automated threat feed that people can consume. If need be, we will clear individuals and bring them in the tent and share with them, the context around cyber incident. But I would say that we need to operate at the lowest common denominator of knowledge, because me telling you something that's top secret is useless. You can't do anything with it. So it's on us to be able to declassify the information and then put it out there in a way that you can consume it, that you could do something about it. So we are doing our part. We need to do more. 3 years ago, I remember starting the first FPT roundtable. So that's federal, provincial, and territorial heads of cyber. It was a great success. It was a day and a half. Now it's 3 days. We had our first tabletop exercise. And now, amongst the provinces and territories, we are talking cyber toward a common goal. It's nothing to do with legislation. We're not lining up legislation or colluding on legislation. We're simply being a little bit pragmatic and practical about how do we raise our collective cyber resilience. There are similar tables with the energy sector. Unfortunately, it took an incident for the energy sector to come together, but now they are together. They're working together. They signed non-disclosure agreements, and now they are in tightly knit community. And same thing with the telecommunications sector. The banks, they all come together. Often we say, cyber is a team sport. I would like maybe to take it one step a little bit further. And General McChrystal wrote a book a few years ago called Team of Teams. And I think cyber is a team of teams. There's, the energy team, the government team, the banking team, but they all have to be connected because, we live in a digital world, and to assume that, an incident in energy is not impacting the telecommunication, is not impacting the provinces or municipality is completely out of this world. So let's make sure that we stay connected and that we work toward one common outcome, which is how do we make Canada more resilient? I don't care where they go. but let's keep them out of Canada. So
Let's keep them far away.
as far as possible.
Yeah, Jordan, you raised the whole question of the digital infrastructure, I can't speak, and how critical that is. So one of the things that'd be interesting to hear all of you talking about is what's the role between the federal government and the provincial governments, and how do you work together on that whole critical infrastructure and the whole digital infrastructure? So how do you make sure, we're putting investments in the right place, we're collaborating on it, particularly when it's the ownership and sharing and the responsibilities are divided amongst a lot of players? And I'm not sure who would like to start off.
And the areas where there is guidelines from the federal, like there's some federal directioning on what we do, that's easy to follow that. But there's some areas where we have to take the lead and we come up with our own way or our own solution until at some point of time, there will be some national strategy around that. But yes, if the federal government have something structured for any of that aspects, the provincials will be easier to fit into that structure.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said before, I do think there are some really unique moments and opportunities right now in the context of, building writ large, but digital infrastructure is absolutely included in that conversation. And you're right, a lot of these are split jurisdiction. Like energy is a perfect example of that, where clearly, energy, there are dimensions primarily for which provinces and territories are responsible, but elements of that clearly have a national dimension and national interest as well. So for example, in the context of building data centers, a lot of it is about actually sitting down and talking about what are potential proponents looking at a building and what are the needs of a federal government and the needs of a provincial government, and trying to build those into the various projects that are being pursued as much as possible at outset. I think part of the challenge is we don't often know clearly what our needs will be in 5 or 10 years, because as we've alluded to already, those are changing so quickly. And I don't think 5 years ago we would necessarily think that we would be where we are now in terms of like AI requiring such intensive needs from an energy perspective. So we working together with all levels of government on this is going to be really, really important, including about championing our champions, like making sure that different parts of the country are lifted up within and across Canada, but also internationally, where there are companies in BC or Alberta or in the prairies or in the Maritimes, wherever, who are offering something quite unique. And this is not uncommon at all, that we have such an incredible startup culture in Canada, but that those leaders, be it in the kind of AI innovation space or on the safety, security, cyber side, that those innovators are featured on the world stage, and that we find opportunities as a federal government to kind of champion them wherever we can. I think the G7 this year is a good example of our ability to do that. We've got innovation ministerial coming in the fall. Minister Joly and Solomon will be hosting, the other members of the G7, but other partners beyond the G7. And those will be opportunities where we can talk about how we're navigating together some of the safety and security risks, but also featuring, frankly, some of our own talent across the country.
What I would add is that I think I like Jordan's analogy of navigating together, and whether it's at the provincial or territorial or at the federal. So the federal government has maybe a power of convening, but the important thing here is to keep talking, because there's already enough regulatory requirement on businesses. Last week I heard a bank saying, like, we have 22 regulators that we have to report to. If we add to that another 10 different requirements on cyber, or it kind of drives them nuts completely. So how do we make sure that as we talk, we recognize that what are the elements of the value elements, so that we don't, the federal government asks of the critical infrastructure to report incidents in 24 hours, and then a province maybe in 12 hours, and a regulator in 48 hours, and completely. So the more we talk, the more we can get into each other's headspace and recognize that it's not just on us as a recipient, but recognizing the impact on businesses. And to Jordan's point, in my opening comment, I said we are a superpower in cyber and we punch above our weight. And I think that also applies to the innovation in Canada. So not just federal government and provincial government, but we have amazing companies in AI, in quantum, and we need to champion them as much as possible. And that also starts with us, within the federal government, to be able to say, make some tough choices sometimes and say, I'm going to buy this product and not that product, to promote Canadian innovation. It's not, I would say, having been in government 30 years, it's not an easy decision to make sometimes, but one that requires a bit of courage to say, I'm going to favor this, to promote Canadian innovation. And now we seem to be in a golden opportunity to sort of fly the maple leaf and say, let's take advantage of what others see in us. I mean, the world sees that innovation, yet we have sometimes difficulty harnessing it domestically. So.
Ontario did that already.
I think in my previous question, I commented that Ontario was leading, and we're looking for your leadership in a lot of these areas. And I'm going to come back to that. So just before lunch, we had a really interesting conversation panel on the cyber skills, both shortage, where we are, what's needed. And we heard some really good examples of what some specific departments are doing. I'm wondering, what are the opportunities between what the federal and provincial governments are doing? And are there some either coordination opportunities there or areas for investment that the two levels of government can be doing together? And I know, and listening to Julie's comments, wherever Julie is hiding, some great work. And for those of you who join her Friday morning sessions are very informative. For anybody who wants to listen to what's going on in cyber, please join the provincial government on Friday mornings. After you've had an opportunity, in full fairness to the Cyber Center, you can hear their version of it is on Wednesdays. So it depends whether you think Wednesdays before Friday, and we won't get into that debate. But there are opportunities for the provinces and federal government to be working on this space. What do you think about it? Where do we go? What's missing? How can we move it forward?
I don't think there is anything missing per se. It's just like when there is a will, there is a mean. We need the will. And as I mentioned, like we have a good opportunity now with we are going to see more money coming in the feds and the NATO side of things, like the army spending. And we have lots of IT trained people who are out of job now. Like there's some unemployment rates because of the tariffs, because of the slowing down of the economy, many reasons, but they are available in the market. Ask any hiring manager, he put a job for like cyber, not cybersecurity, but like admin, network admin, any IT job, he will get like 80 resumes, 50 resumes. So there is a good opportunity if we can create channels where those people can funnel in, and we have a pool of security, different levels, admins and chiefs and experts and ethical hackers and all those kind of nice levels of security who can be trained and be available to the market. Now, when we talk about security, I think the Army and then like federal and the Army have a very unique positioning, because if I'm afraid of something in my security at home, I can hire a private sector company, but it will be much safer to me or feeling safer to me to go directly to the police because they are the authority. When you talk about cybersecurity, we need to talk about CSIS, we need to talk about the Army taking initiatives in creating those channels. Like I was earlier talking about the Navy SEAL, like the Navy SEAL thing, we need to create Cyber SEAL, like somebody who's trained and certified by authority side. Because the Army have a lot of in-house expertise. They can put them in hands-on positions where they can. It's not just like going to a course in college for 4 semesters and you become security certified. There's much more into this. So they will have the exposure, they will have the experts who will train them. He will walk out either, I mean, we have a pool, we'll get something, some of those people scouted to us, to the army, to the government, to here and there. And there's some might not hit that. They will be in the market available for private sector and they will seed that sector. So I think there is a very good opportunity now to build this and become like the top-notch security authorities worldwide. And then again, like I will borrow that Canada looked at worldwide as very peaceful, no agenda, no political intentions, and that puts us in a very good position to cooperate with all the governments of the world. Thank you.
So I agree. I think the defense industrial strategy piece is a really important platform on which to collaborate between the feds and provincial government. All of our colleagues are seized with this in the Department of Innovation, Science and Economic Development, of course in D&D, and the entire procurement. Many parts of the government are working on the defense industrial strategy and its implementation, and the recognition that meeting our commitments in the NATO context can provide broader opportunities for us as a country. The other, I think, answer to your question from a federal government point of view is the federal government has spent a great deal investing in the National AI Institutes as one example, based in Toronto, based in Montreal, based in Edmonton. And those are really important hubs of expertise that both the federal and provincial governments can and do avail themselves of. They convene on a regular basis. They ensure that their experts are available, both in terms of the opportunity side, but also on the safety and security sides of the equation. Mila has been in Montreal a really important voice around navigating the broader safety and security questions in an AI context, for example. And I know that there are academic leaders in universities across the country that interact with them. Same goes for the other 2 national institutes, and frankly, universities across the country like this one. The federal government is constantly, as I was just saying before over the lunch, benefiting from a lot of the expertise from this university. And I think being connected to the academic institutions is critical for the federal government, and they can provide important ties to the provincial government as well, to connect us, to convene us like we are here right now. And I think there'll be more opportunities to have federal and provincial representation in these kinds of settings, but also via the institutes that I've mentioned, and in the specific advancement of projects like the infrastructure pieces that I was talking about too.
Basically, what I would add is we need to get more into each other's spaces. So we work well with the provinces and the territories, but it's still at times it feels a remote relation, even though we can communicate securely and everything. But how do we exchange personnel or exchange hostages? Like how can somebody from the provincial SOC of Ontario come and spend 3 months with us in Ottawa, or somebody from the cyber center go and spend a few months over there and kind of build that partnership? It doesn't scale very well, so it has to be done in a way that is fairly strategic. The other thing is, to the point on the cyber seal, there is a plan to start to accredit companies. We cannot be in every cyber incident in Canada. So, but today, from a competitiveness point of view, I'm limited in who I can recommend. Even though I know this is a great company, I can't recommend them because I have no other than a gut or maybe other than a personal knowledge. I know Bruno is a good guy, so I would say talk to Bruno, but otherwise I can't officially say if somebody calls and says, we have a cyber incident, can you help us? I can't say, well, call Bruno? Why not somebody else? So we are working on a criteria in a way to assess companies so that we can then publish a list and say, if you have an incident, here's a list of 10 companies that have met at least the Cyber Center seal of approval. And you can call any one of them, negotiate any deal you want with them, but all we know is that they met the competencies that we are looking for. Obviously, will always be there, and depending on the severity of the incident, especially if it smells like a nation-state incident, we will jump on the first flight and get to wherever you are to be able to investigate that incident and inform the government on next steps. But sometimes our hands are tied in the capacity perspective from responding maybe to a ransomware incident or a cyber crime incident, where we would defer to others. So how do we pick and choose in a way that is thoughtful, but also that is fair to the variety of companies that are in Canada that also want a piece of that pie?
Thank you. We've got a time for a couple of questions from the audience. So, and if you want to ask, so I'm going to open this up a little bit, in particular because Anne, you're going to ask the question. If you want to ask any of the other panelists that were on during the day, we should open this up a little broader to have a bit of a conversation going. So either questions to this panel, or if you see somebody else from a previous panel, feel free to point. So.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Bob. Really enjoy the conversation. So I really wanted to go back to one of the previous themes around trust. And Jordan, I love how you frame this. The safety, the security part, extremely important. My question to the panel here is, how ready do you guys think we are, just from the basic cyber hygiene point of view, specifically when we're looking at AI, right? So let me qualify this a little bit further. Basic cyber hygiene, meaning, do we understand what's being used today in the public sector? Do we understand what sort of shadow AI exists there? Do we understand what sort of maybe data poisoning is going on already, right? Like, what are we doing? How ready are we? How are we leading our teams to do these very basic cyber hygiene stuff that we've done, by the way, in a lot of places on the traditional cybersecurity, but now it's time for us to start looking at it from an AI point of view.
Thank you very much for the question. A couple of thoughts. One reason I think that first of all, I don't think we have a strong handle on exactly what the situation is. We have some anecdotal evidence, and I think there are pockets where we do understand what the risks are and where there might be some data poisoning, for example, to your point. But I think part of the challenge, let me just speak about the AI context. The number one thing right now that I think many in the federal public service are doing is using AI, but not necessarily connecting it in a secure environment. So we as a federal government have to wrap our heads around how do we provide a solution that from unclass all the way up to top secret, we can use tools that allow us to benefit from the opportunities of large language models, generative AI, all of that, so that we're not in a world where people are compelled to go outside the system and then draw that data back in to the system, which I think is absolutely a real risk. Frankly, in the private sector too, I hear about it all the time, where people have platforms within their companies, and then ChatGPT releases the latest version, ChatGPT 5, which is a little faster, perhaps a little more detail-oriented around the research, and then they port that back into their companies. The implications for the federal government are more serious because we're holding data, and there's a public trust element there too. So part of it, to your point, is better understanding what is the current state of play and being quite frank with ourselves about where those risks are. I do think there's some work around that, but we could be doing a better job that's more holistic, more comprehensive around understanding what those risks are. The other thing I would say is you'd be surprised at how little adoption there is still on AI in certain pockets of the government. I've been amazed at how uneven adoption is. I work in the space, and so I think we're constantly looking for it, but I'm amazed at how little some pockets actually know about what the tools are and what's available. So as we ramp up and scale up, hopefully to enterprise AI adoption, and hopefully using tools like large language models that are in a secured environment, protected, be in the appropriate environments, that we have a much better sense of how we can mitigate those risks as an enterprise, so that we're not looking and reinventing the wheel in every single department, which unfortunately sometimes is the case. So once we identify what the appropriate tools are, how can we scale them up to enterprise in a way that can maximize their effectiveness? Sammy, you might have views on some of this too.
Yes. Yeah, so the three questions you ask, I would say no, no, and yes. There is an eagerness and a curiosity to deploy AI capabilities, and same thing that we lived through shadow IT a few years ago. We are living through, in some cases, shadow AI. I remember about a month or two after ChatGPT was released, so maybe late 2022, early 2023, we have sensors across the Canadian government. So I asked the team, can you give me a pulse of how much connectivity there is between the federal government and the big AI engines out there? I wasn't surprised by the number of web connections, but I was a little bit concerned by the number of API connections, which mean somebody wired them into a business process if they're going to use an API to connect to something like OpenAI or others. Now, fast forward, it turned out to be they were piloting, they were experimenting, and so on. But there was a conversation about whether we need to press the big red button and disconnect, the government from the internet until we sort it out. And instead, we opted for education and talking about the risks of how to do it. To your third point about data poisoning, I worry. I mean, of course, data poisoning is a threat that we all have to live with. The one I worry about is sort of inherent biases in data. So with the best of intention, I'll collect a bunch of files and train the AI engine on them. But how do I make sure that the data is representative of the community that I'm planning on serving? So it gets more into the safety side than the security side, but it is definitely a concern. I worry about the darker things like data poisoning, hacking the AI itself, replacing some of the module like that. That is where I come from it from a cybersecurity point of view. But definitely the data safety element is a big one.
Okay. Anne Broadbent, University of Ottawa. If I may combine the themes of different panels. So of course, I wanted to talk about quantum, and specifically quantum cybersecurity. It's emerged as a priority across multiple levels of government, and it's also in a unique position because you can see it in both quantum strategies and cybersecurity strategies. So I want to talk about that specifically, maybe starting with Sammy. So how does this interdisciplinarity and multi-jurisdictional approach serve the threat landscape, and how do we continue to foster a coordinated strategy specifically related to the quantum, cybersecurity, and their intersections?
Wow. Not to take anything away from the constant, relentless message on cybersecurity that we need to continue to do that, we also need to prepare ourselves for the coming of quantum by doing things like inventory of all of our crypto algorithms or all of our asymmetric crypto algorithms to be able to know what will need to be replaced and so on. As far as the threat per se, so we know today, and I think it's been mentioned on the panel, that there's a number of countries who are in the collect and decrypt later. mode. So all of our encrypted communication might be subject to being intercepted and collected. Maybe they don't care about, my banking transaction or what I bought on Amazon yesterday, but they definitely would care about government communication, military communication. So we are moving very quickly within the federal government to, to protect those communications, to make sure that even if, or even not if, even when a quantum computer is available, that they cannot, decrypt them. Sometimes you use tunnels, sometimes you roll out some new algorithms, but the idea being that we need to start protecting those deepest secrets that we have from the threat that will be coming. Nobody's going to come out and announce one day, oh, I have a quantum computer. It's probably going to be the best kept secret for some other national governments to take advantage of that window of an information advantage by decrypting what they have to better get into the mindset of maybe Canada, maybe our allies. So from whether it's a university, whether it's a business, whether it's a provincial government, I think we have a bit of runway, not a lot, but we have a bit of runway that we need to take advantage of to be able to start building that picture of what are my crown jewels, where are they, how do I protect them, what do I need to replace, and start planning for that, because it's going to be a multi-year transition to quantum. Meanwhile, we still have to plug a lot of the holes that we have in cybersecurity. Sometimes you can do 2 for 1, but I would say don't rush into the quantum space right away. It just needs to be thought through a little bit more. Hopefully that answers the question.
So please join me in thanking Sharif, Jordan, and Sammy. It's been a great afternoon, great conversation. Thank you very much.
As we come to a close of today's program, I want to extend my heartfelt thanks, merci beaucoup, to all of you for joining us at the University of Ottawa's Professional Development Institute. A special thank you goes to our distinguished speakers and panelists who shared their expertise, insights, and candor. You've helped us start important conversations about the future of government technology and the cyber resiliency of Canadians. Today was just the beginning. The GovTech series was created to spark ongoing dialogue, bring together government, industry, and academia, and explore how we can turn ambition into action. The ideas and connections made in this room will help us shape the path forward. The next one's on October 14th. You can register today, just FYI. It's on AI in the public sector. I'd also like to thank our team at PDI who worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make today a success. And of course, our partners at Coding for Veterans and the Canadian Cyber Threat Exchange. Events like this don't happen without dedication, collaboration, and vision. As we look ahead, I invite you to stay engaged, whether through upcoming sessions in the series, through collaboration with our institute, or through your own efforts to innovate within your organization. Together, we can ensure that Canada remains a leader in digital transformation, innovation, and of course, cybersecurity. Thank you kindly for being with us today. Safe travels if you're headed back home, and we look forward to welcoming you back soon. Thank you very much.